We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Coming to the Fine Art Auction, Sunday, September 6th, a rare original work by Andy Warhol titled A Whole Stocking Full of Good Wishes, lithograph in red. Signed and executed in 1956. Catalog reference F and S 85. Stamped by the Warhol Foundation and the Warhol Estate. So don't forget to save the date, Sunday, September 6th, only on...
And a very good Friday evening to everybody, and thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. My name is Tony Calderon, and I will be facilitating the show for the first hour, and then your host, Ray Taylor, will be in at 9 p.m. to take you all the way to 1 a.m. Eastern Time, and we have a spectacular show lined up for you. I'm going to give you a quick rundown on tonight's show list, and I hope you all got a chance to see that little promo about the major Andy Warhol we have coming up next Sunday, 1 week from this Sunday. That is a catalog reference with the estate stamp and the Warhol Foundation stamp for authenticity. It is a major Warhol coming up 1 week from this Sunday. So I hope everybody that loves Warhol will be tuned in for that. So let me give you a rundown on tonight's show list, and then we'll get started here momentarily with one of the best images, probably easily top 10 image from the Biblia Sacra by Salvador Dali. Then after that, I'm going to have a Pedro Ortiz Munoz original pen and ink drawing, accompanied with a hand-signed limited edition artist-proof screen print. Then I have a 2-for-1 money, a perfect pair of 1960 original Picasso lithographs from the Fables Without Love suite that he did in 1960. We'll be talking all about that momentarily. And when Ray comes in, he's going to start his set with a very rare, not a household name, but a major French artist, Henri de Wangener, original oil painting from 1930. Hope you can stay tuned for that. That's a major original oil, similar painting selling for $15,000 to $25,000 at auction. So not a household name, but if you're looking for something a little bit more obscure, original oil painting that has an absolute high dollar value, that could be for you. Then we have a Leonardo da Vinci etching from 1716. Then we have a Lisa Mee original mixed media painting on canvas coming up. I think if I had to guess, I think it's a self-portrait. I'll let you be the judge of that. Then we have an Henri Matisse from the very rare Themes and Variations portfolio, original lithograph from Themes and Variations, 1943. Then we have one of my favorite artists, a hand-signed Takashi Murakami coming up. Then a hand-signed Shepard Fairey to follow the Murakami. Then we have a unique experimental edition red Kef original sculpture. So if you're looking for something outside the realm of the regular black edition, we have the only red one in this size that he ever did. So that's coming up. That's a one-of Kef original sculpture. Then we have a Marc Chagall from the Daphnis and Chloe suite. Then we have a Salvador Dali from the Much Ado About Shakespeare portfolio, a hand-signed original etching in color titled Henry V. Then we have an Andy Warhol, a Marilyn Monroe with the Monroe with the green face from the Sunday Be Morning edition. Then we haven't had one of these in about 6 months. We have an original Mad Charcoal painting coming up in the last hour of the show. It's been literally 6 months since we've had an original Mad Charcoal. And then we're ending the show with one of the most gorgeous Jean-Claude Navarros that we can offer, straight from his estate in Monte Carlo. So sit back, relax. Hope you can watch the whole show. I know if I was home, I'd be watching all 5 hours, wouldn't you, Darren?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you a little quick promo or bio video about our friend Salvador Dali, and I'll be right back to tell you all about this piece from the Biblia Sacra.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud, and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get the auction started with a masterpiece. Like I said at the beginning, one of the top 10 images from the entire portfolio of the Biblia Sacra by our friend Salvador Dali. Now, I will let you know that the market value on these, you can find them listed anywhere for up to about $8,000, which I think is on the very high end for these. There are certain images like this one and a couple other ones that can command high dollar. But I think 8,000 is on the high end. But I really believe that you should be around that $3,500 to $4,200 area on these. They're very finite number of them exist anymore. The further we get away from the 1964, the fewer and fewer there are available. And especially in the condition, like this one is in mint condition. There's no condition issues. So like I said, one of the top 10, there's 105 different images that Dali created to illustrate the Biblia Sacra, or the Sacred Bible. And it was a commission that he received from a friend and a patron named Dr. Giuseppe Alvaretto. And Dr. Giuseppe Alvaretto, the main reason he actually commissioned Dali to do this is because he was trying to save Dali's soul. Dali was a dichotomy. He was an atheist at times. He was a very devout Catholic at times. And Dr. Giuseppe Alvaretto was a very strong, devout Catholic and was trying to bring Dali back closer to God. And he figured a good way to do that would be to commission him to do illustrations of the Biblia Sacra, or the Latin Vulgate edition of the Bible, the Sacred Bible. So the Biblia Sacra is Salvador Dali's largest suite of prints ever created. And like we've talked about many times in the past, the Biblia Sacra is absolutely in the top 10 of the most important print portfolios, graphic works ever made by human hands. Absolutely firmly in the top 10 of the most important print portfolios ever created. Commissioned in 1963 by his close friend Dr. Giuseppe Alvareto, this monumental collection consists of 105 colored mixed media technique lithographs that interpret key scenes from the Old and New Testaments. Dr. Giuseppe Alvareto, a devout Catholic, explicitly commissioned the project to compel Dali to study the Holy Scriptures. He hoped it would guide the eccentric artist closer to God and inspire a deep spiritual return to faith. Dali painted the original illustrations between 1960 and 1963. The collection includes 63 illustrations from the Old Testament and 42 illustrations from the New Testament. The series highlights Dali's post-World War II nuclear mysticism phase, where he merged his early surrealist roots with science, Renaissance ideas, and Roman Catholic Catholicism. The transfer of Dali's erratic mixed media paintings to print, the publisher Rizzoli in Milan, Italy, utilized a groundbreaking, multi-layered printing process that concluded on the release of this portfolio. The pieces replicate Dali's use of watercolor, gouache, pastel, and ink, and splatter technique known as bulletism. Expert printers applied up to 20 distinct colors per plate onto the heavy, handmade rag paper. That's why I talk about this being one of the, how do you find your print portfolio, your graphic portfolio in the top 10 of all time? And when I talk about the top 10 of all time, I'm basically starting with Albrecht Dürer in the 1400s all the way to today. So this portfolio falls in the top 10 most important ever made. How do you get into the top 10? Well, I just told you right there, one of the biggest reasons that this is in the top 10, it's because it was groundbreaking, revolutionary printmaking. Let's go ahead and show this cert, and I can explain that to you a little bit better. Salvador Dali, Spanish artist, 1904 to 1989. The title translates to numbered, weighed, and divided. We're going to talk about this, what this represents from the book of Daniel in the Bible in just a minute. Mixed media color lithograph with serography, varnish, and metallic pigments on handmade paper. First printing, 1964, published by Rizzoli Editions, Milan, Italy, and it is considered very scarce at this point. Let's go back to the art. Now, another thing that makes this one a top 10 image, I want you to focus in on here, all through here, down in here, and in here, the gold leafing. Right here is a big spot of gold leafing. That is the hardest thing you can do in printmaking, is work with gold and gold leafing. That's hand-applied gold leafing. So I want you to take that very serious. That's why I call this one a top 10. There's 105 different images in the portfolio. This is absolutely one of the top 10 images. Not only is one of the most intricate, one of the most powerful, but the degree of difficulty in the printmaking process, all of them have a high degree of difficulty, but this one takes it to another notch with all that gold leafing and gold hand-applied work. So let's talk about what's going on in this image. What is the story? What is going on here? Like I said, the title in Latin, the title on your screen is in Latin, but it basically translates to numbered, weighed, and divided. It is a famous biblical phrase from the book of Daniel that appeared as a mysterious writing on the palace wall, warning of the king's upcoming doom. The words were written by the disembodied hand during a feast held by the king of Babylon. The prophet Daniel translated and explained the Aramaic words to the king. He told the king, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought them to an end. And that you can see here in the image, Dali, the clock counting down backwards. So that's symbolic of what Daniel was telling the king of Babylon. God has found your days of your kingdom numbered and coming to an end. And then weighed. You have been weighed on the scales and found wanting. and then divided. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Persians and the Mercids. So that same night, the king of Babylon was killed and the empire fell. The story is the origin of the common phrase, the writing is on the wall, which means a clear warning of unavoidable disaster. So that is what this is. Guys, I'm at $250 on a $4,000 minimum, $4,000 Biblia Sacra by Salvador Dali. That is something serious. You want to take this very seriously and get your bids in before we drop the hammer on this. Do not be a late bidder. This one is by far in the top 10. Like I said, we just told you 20 different reasons. First date, first printing, first edition, Biblia Sacra. There are later editions. They're okay to collect. But you really want to collect the first date, first printing, first edition. These are the real ones, the valuable ones. There were later printings that Dali had nothing to do with. And I mean, if you see this in a gallery for $3,000, I would highly recommend buying it. That's how strongly I feel about this. For anything under $4,000 for this image, in its current presentation, you've got about a $600 frame, and I'm at $300. Like I said, the degree of difficulty in the printmaking process. I don't think you could accomplish this today. And if you tried to reproduce this portfolio today exactly like it was made in the 1960s, it would cost you well over $15 million just to create the pieces the way they were done. And the problem is, I don't think you could do it. I don't think there's enough artists that have the grasp on this kind of printmaking technique left in the world that you could pull together enough of them to reproduce these exactly like they were done in the 1960s. We all know that labor is the biggest part of anything you do these days. You take your car in to get it worked on, the labor is the biggest part of the cost. We all know that. So could you imagine having to have 150 artisans working on this project in today's money and in today's labor market? You couldn't do it. These are masterpieces of printmaking. These are by far one of the greatest print portfolios ever put together in history. The last 500 plus years, this comes in the top 10. Degree of difficulty, revolutionary process and techniques. This is one you want to collect. And like I said, this is one of the most powerful images, one of the most desirable images, and one of the most intricate technique-wise of all the 105 images. This one is phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. I love this image. It is one of my favorites. There's so many things that we still use today from this story of the Bible. The writing's on the wall, we've all heard that expression. That's where this originated from. I have a weird thing I love trying to find the origins of sayings and phrases. And I've always been a fan of looking that up. But you have a couple of the most famous sayings even to the day. The writing is on the wall, we've all heard that. Impending doom is coming. Unavoidable disaster is coming. The writing is on the wall. You have been weighed and found wanting. We've all heard that before. So it's just amazing how the test of time that these stories are still relevant from the Bible. And I'm sure a lot of my Catholic friends out there and Christian friends are all nodding their heads at the moment. It is a way to live your life and to model your life by. And this image is powerful. We all know Daniel would eventually become king, all the great things he did. So I've got the last minute on the clock. This one, I think, easily $3,400 under bid, not even talking about the framing cost. I won't even go there. The image should be a standalone by itself. I shouldn't even have to talk about the framing. But this one, if you get this under $2,000, you're hitting you'll never see it in the market for less than $3,000. I think you're going to be more around $4,000. And like I said, you can go online right now and search Biblia Sacras, and a lot of them, people are asking $6,000 to $8,000, which I think is a little high. Now, 20, 30 years in the future, the further we get out, I could see them getting to that price point. But I don't think, I would kind of steer you away that $6,000 to $8,000. I would tell you, you could do better than that. But I can tell you one thing you can't do better than is my $700 bid currently on this masterpiece by Salvador Dali. What do you think, Darren? I think 700 is low. It's very low. It's good for the bidder, not so much for the auction house. But I got last call, fair warning. Let's bid it out, ladies and gentlemen. I've got $700 looking for a $50 bid. I've got $700 going once. Congratulations to my early viewers. You are hitting a home run. But I've got to move on, ladies and gentlemen. I got a lot of people on the phone. I've got $700 going once. I've got $800. Thank you for your bid. I got 8 looking for a 50 bid. Still in the $50 bid increments. I'm going to try to find it in the Albert Field catalog while I can try to walk and chew gum at the same time, but sometimes it just, here, I found it. I'll show it to you real quick. This is the official catalog of Salvador Dali, the graphic works. And if you collect Dali, buy this book. It's going to cost you about $100 to $150, maybe $200, but it's a great coffee table book. And if you collect Dali, every Dali graphic work ever created is in this book. And then if you flip to the Biblia Sacra section, you can see your work right here. Catalog referenced in the Dali graphics catalog by Albert Field. Can't get any better than that, but I got to close it out. Last call, fair warning. I got 800 going once. All the bells and whistles on this one, guys. I got $800 I got $800 going once. Congratulations to my winning bidder. You have done very well. You can feel very good about that. You hit a major home run. Sold.
Travel back in time to the birth of a movement. The late 19th century, an era of steam, industry, and innovation. The Victorian era, where elegance met machinery. Artists began dreaming of an alternate future, and steampunk emerged, captivating imaginations worldwide. A fusion of brass and fashion, steam and punk. Today, it's more than just an art form. It's a vibrant subculture. Steampunk, bridging the past and the future, one gear at a time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to the winning bidder on that phenomenal Biblia Sacra by Salvador Dali. And I feel it's very apropos to follow a Dali with our young superstar, Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Why do I say that? Well, take a good look. Now, what you're bidding on, you're bidding on the pair. This isn't a high bidder's choice. You're bidding on the pair. The one on the right-hand side of your screen is a unique original pen and ink drawing by Pedro Ortiz Munoz. And the one on the left-hand side of your screen is one of his artist-proof limited editions of only 15 in the world, hand-signed original screen print. So why do I say it's apropos to follow Dali, which is one of the greatest artists of all time, with our young superstar Pedro Ortiz Munoz? Well, if you take a good look at his work, they're very surreal. How else? They call him steampunk, but I mean, it's very surreal. And why do I say apropos to follow Dali with Pedro Ortiz Munoz? Because what was Dali's greatest strength? He was a naturally God-given talent to be one of the greatest painters alive ever. But Dali's greatest strength was actually his draftsmanship. He was a master draftsman. His original drawings, his just drawing from his mind. Dali was one of the greatest draftsmen in the history of the world. When you think about the greatest draftsman, you think about Raphael from the Renaissance. He was considered the standard for, draftsmanship. And Dali and Picasso was a master draftsman. You don't have to be a master draftsman to be able to paint, but it really helps. But I am going to say this right now. When the dust settles and we're looking back 25, 30 years from now, Pedro Ortiz Munoz is going to be considered this generation's one of their master draftsmen. He has a natural talent. I could practice every day of my life, and I could never draw like that. It's just like when somebody says, well, it's only a print. What I tell those people, I say, well, it's not only a print. When you're talking about lithography, woodcuts, etchings, lino cuts, engravings, serography, high degree of difficulty. And anytime somebody says, well, it's just a print, what I like to tell them is go down to your local university, sign up for a printmaking class, and try to create an etching. Try to create a screen print. Try to create a lithograph. Try to create a woodcut or a wood block engraving. I've done this. I couldn't come up with anything better than a stick figure. So once again, we'll go back to the part that I really feel strongly about, that I think Pedro Ortiz Munoz, when it all said and done, he will be considered this generation's one of the greatest draftsmen when it's all settled out. And he is spectacularly talented. He was on the show. He's been on the show twice. He's come up from Colombia twice. And during the World Cup, he was up here, and we had him live on the show. And it was funny that night. He's from Colombia, and in Colombia, soccer, I would imagine only maybe 10 people in the whole country weren't watching the World Cup. But live on air, I asked him, I said, are you excited about the World Cup? And he looked at me and said, I don't really like soccer. And I looked at him and I said, well, we found one of the only 10 Colombians in the world that don't like soccer. I just thought it was funny that, he wasn't really that interested in soccer. But the most impressive thing to me about this young man, and he is very young, he has his whole career in front of him, and he's already on the scene. He's already put his mark on the scene, let's put it that way. This young man's grasp of technique, technical aspects of art history, the artist that he chooses to study and model himself after, he was over the top impressive, just as a person, the way he spoke. And, he kept apologizing for his English. And I kept telling him, I said, hey, you speak very well in English, and it's your second language. I've always admired people that can speak more than one language. I have tried at points in my life to learn another language, and I can never wrap my head around it, to be honest with you. Now, I will say this. I can read, this is going to sound funny, but I can read French. I can decipher it. But if you're speaking it to me, I'm lost, and I could not speak it back to you. But just from 25, 30 years of studying art and researching art, and a lot of it being French, I can actually decipher the written French language pretty well. I can get through it. But I've always admired anybody that can speak more than one language, because I've tried, and my mind just will not wrap around it. So once again, we're talking about one of the most impressive draftsmen of his generation. The sky is the limit. He's already had international shows, one-man shows. Let's go ahead and show the certs on these. So you got Pedro Ortiz Munoz, Colombian artist, born in 1997. My son was born in 1998, so he's 1 year older than my son. Delta Wing, original pen and ink drawing on wove paper, signed and dated by the artist lower right. A unique work executed by Munoz in 2026. So a one-of-a-kind original. And then you're also getting the title, The Two Balloons. Original screen print in black ink on wove paper, hand signed by the artist in lower right, and numbered on the verso. Example number 5 of 15 from the portfolio of the artist, meaning the artist proof edition. That's what AP stands for, artist proof. So not only are you getting the one-of-a-kind masterpiece original drawing, pen and ink drawing on the right, titled Delta Wing, you're also getting, this is like a dream come true for an art collector. When you're bidding on an original by an artist and you're getting one of their artist proof limited edition hand-signed prints with it, that is a coup d'etat for the art collector. So once again, I'm only at $500. The one on the right-hand side, the original unique work, I'm going to put that at least $6,000. And then I put the print and gallery settings, or it shows they're about anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200, and that's unframed. So you're looking at about $7,000 to $8,000 worth of Pedro Ortiz Munoz original artworks, and you're getting them for one bid, and that one bid is only $600. Isn't that something? So let's talk about Pedro a little bit. Like I said, I have enjoyed my time with him. The 2 times I've met him and I got to spend some time with him, he is a sharp, bright, everything about him screams success, and he's just a nice, genuine person. He's kind of like Kef to me. You root for these people because they're super talented, obviously, but they're obviously also just genuinely good people. It's always nice to know you're supporting a good person. Now, we all know Picasso, he was a rough character, not the greatest human being ever to walk the earth, but he was uber talented, and he is Picasso. But like I said, when you're talking about like Kef and Pedro and Lisa Mee and these, they're all just wonderful people. And when artists start to make a little bit of money and they don't have to worry about their bills, their artwork gets better. And like I said, he's only 29 years old. He has his whole career in front of him. He's traveling all over the world. We're trying to line it up to where he and Kef could do a collab piece together or a couple pieces together. We got some things in mind. You guys have all seen his new ceramic line that he launched when he was here last time when was the World Cup? It was about, what, 3 months ago? 4 months ago? It was July. It was July. That's when he was here last time, and he was here about 2 years before that. You saw the new ceramics, excuse me, the new ceramic works that he launched, the Chargers. Well, actually, I know the prototypes are almost done, the proofs are almost done, but he's actually doing a sculpture series too. So I would believe the next time he comes back, we will be launching his new sculpture series. And these are like 3D sculptures that are very cool. I've seen the mock-up drawings of them. I haven't seen an actual prototype yet, but I am super excited about that. And I'm only at $600. So Pedro Ortiz Munoz is a Colombian contemporary artist known for his dynamic exploration of color, texture, and form. Born in 1997 in Bogota, Colombia, Munoz has quickly gained recognition for his innovative works that merge traditional Colombian influences with modern abstraction. As a multidisciplinary artist, he navigates seamlessly between painting, sculpture, mixed media, creating pieces that reflect both his cultural heritage and his global perspective. Ortiz Munoz's art is deeply inspired by the vibrant landscapes of Colombia, the intricate patterns of pre-Columbian art, and the energy of urban life in Bogota. His use of bold, expressive colors and black and layered textures invoke a sense of movement and emotion, drawing the viewers into a dialogue about identity, memory, and transformation. He often incorporates found objects and unconventional materials into his art, blurring the boundaries between fine art and everyday life. I've got an $800 bid. Well, now I'm only about $7,000 under bid. Do with that as you will. Once again, I want to remind you, you're bidding on the pair. That's 2-for-1 money. One bid takes both pieces. Despite his young age, Munoz has already achieved significant milestones in his career. His works have been showcased in prominent galleries and exhibitions in Colombia, as well as in emerging art fairs across Latin America and Europe. His 2019, wow, how old was he in 2019? He was very young. Solo exhibition titled Roots and Fragments received critical acclaim for its exploration of cultural fragmentation and identity. Munoz's ability to capture the essence of Colombian traditions while engaging in contemporary global issues makes him a standout voice for the Latin American art scene and beyond. And beyond. Guys, he is an international superstar. The sky is the limit. We're at the tip of the iceberg. I've got an $800 bid on one of his original, standalone, one-of-a-kind, unique pen and ink drawings, and a hand-signed limited edition of only 15 in the world, artist proof, original screen print in black. Like I said, this is the coup d'etat for any art collector. You're collecting an original and getting an artist proof with it. He's a published artist at his young age. And in this day and age, now this isn't a giclée, this is a screen print. There's nothing wrong with collecting giclées. It is the world we live in. And if Picasso was alive today, I'm sure he would do giclées. If Dali was alive, because they were men of their times. But the degree of difficulty from a giclée to a screen print it's two different worlds. And for him to choose to go the screen print route, and let me explain something to you. Give me a good close-up on the print on the left. I can't even imagine how he did these in serography. The degree of difficulty to make the screens to complete this image the way it looks, it would have been much easier to go the Giclée route, but he went with the screen print, the higher degree of difficulty. These will stand the test of times. Serography's been around for a long time. In our modern time that we find ourselves in, like I said, old school stone lithography, etching, engraving, woodcuts, lino cuts, wood blocks, these are dying art forms. Nobody's doing it because of the labor and the cost involved. It's like I said on the Biblia Sacra. I don't even know if you could pull enough artisans to go ahead and give me a 3-minute clock on this guy. We haven't done a clock. Huh? I don't think we did. I didn't see one. I mean, I wasn't paying attention because I'm a little busy, but I'll take your call later, but I am a little busy. I wasn't paying attention. I don't think I saw a clock, but I could be wrong. Usually Rebecca's very good, my wonderful graphics person, Rebecca, and Quentin, our camera op and our director in there. They're great. And Rebecca, if I ask for a 3-minute clock and we've already done one, she will not do it again. So we have a simpatico relationship, I and Rebecca, and it's good to have that when you're working with people. You don't have to, it's an unspoken thing. You know, once you get to that level, you don't even have to say it anymore. It's a wonderful time. It's a wonderful place to find yourself. I'll tell you where a wonderful place not to find yourself is. Under $1,000 for a pair of pieces by one of our biggest, youngest, rising superstars that we can bring you. And like I said at the beginning of this presentation, we started with the Dali and we went straight to Pedro. And like I said, to me, it's apropos to follow Dali with Pedro Ortiz Munoz because they were both master draftsmen. Dali's greatest strength was his draftsmanship. And Pedro Ortiz Munoz is going to get to that level. He's already a superstar. I'm not going to put him, obviously I'm not saying he's on the level of Salvador Dali, but he's only 28 years old, 29 years old. Let's give him time. But he's already a master draftsman. Let's see where it goes. I'm super excited about the future for him. Like I said, he's got his sculpture series that will be debuting next time he comes up. I think those are just going to be absolutely wild 3D sculptures of his works. So right now you're on the ground floor, and I'm actually in the sub basement with this bid. We're on sub basement number 3 level where nobody wants to go down there because it's all dark and nobody wants to park their car down there because it's so deep in the earth. That's where my bid is right now. We are on sub-level 3 of the parking garage, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even on ground level, floor level. I've got a $1,000 bid. Thank you for your bid. We should be easily at $7,000 for the pair. Don't take my word for it. Go out and do your research. I easily put $6,000 on the original and $1,200 on the screen print, and that would be unframed prices. And I'm getting crickets at $1,000. That's a auspicious way to start a Friday night, but I'm kind of used to it. Like I said before, we talked about this. The first hour of the show is absolutely every night is our lowest viewership. As the night goes on, the room gets bigger, the bidding goes up, the more competition, the more people watching, the higher the bidding gets. That's why I try to reward you guys, and I try to do some special things in this first hour on Friday and Sunday to try to entice you to watch the first hour. And if you don't see the value at $1,000 for the pair of works by Pedro Ortiz Munoz, I don't know. Like I said, I might not be communicating effectively, I guess. We have a failure to communicate. It's Cool Hand Luke. But, all right, I'll give you one more minute. I am $6,000 underbid. $6,000 underbid at $1,000, looking for an $1,100 bid. You are getting an original, an artist-proof edition of only 15 in the world. Only 15 in the world. And I can't get a $100 bid to get to $1,100. It's not like I'm looking for a $100 bid to get to $5,000. We were at $1,000. When he was here, these were averaging $4,000 to $5,000. And that is the power of having the artist standing there talking about their work. And it really helps when the artist is so articulate, eloquent, He really, for a young man, he has a grasp on art history, technique. He is a very impressive young artist. And his sky is the limit. I can't even imagine for the pair. We're not talking about just the print. $1,000 at one of his shows or exhibitions or at a gallery event, $1,000 is what you would pay for the print, unframed. And I've got $1,000 for an original accompanied with the artist proof. I don't know. I tell you what, I'm looking for somebody. Anybody want a job? I'm looking for somebody to fill in for the first hour on Friday and Sunday, because obviously I'm just not the one for it, because 20 plus years of doing this, and I just want to go back to my desk and do what I do. And I'm not too fond of this anymore. I want to go home, Ray. Can I go home? I've got an $1,100 bill. Let's give it one last minute. We will bid it out. I'm kidding, ladies and gentlemen. I like talking to everybody, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not cut out for this side of the camera. I should stay on the other side of the camera where I belong. But once again, we got less than a minute. I've got to bid it out, guys. I've got a $1,200 bid. Thank you for the new bidder. I've got $1,200 looking for 13. I've got $1,200 looking for a $1,300 bid. I've got $1,200. I hope, Pedro, I hope you're not watching. I doubt he's probably not watching, but once again, like I said, I can't begin to really tell you how impressive he is. I wish everybody could get a chance to just sit down and talk to him, because for a under 30-year-old artist to have the grasp of art history, art technique, he is really, he's a true professional. Let's put it that way. I'll leave it at that. He is a professional. And at his young age, the sky is the limit. You are doing extremely well, high bidder, at $1,200, but I've got to move on. I've got $1,200 looking for 13. I've got $1,200 looking for a $1,300 bid. I've got $1,200 going once. I've got $1,200 going twice. All right, congratulations to my winning bidder. Right place at the right time. Sold.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted, with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. It was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. What he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live at the auction. This is my last lot before your host Ray Taylor takes over. And he's going to have a spectacular lineup for you, and he's going to be on with you all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning. And trust me, he would go till 4 o'clock in the morning if we let him. He would just soldier through it. You got to drag him off the set. But now I have another special reward for my early viewers. We are talking about another pair, 2-for-1 money. And now we are talking about arguably the greatest artist to ever live. And you're getting a pair of original lithographs from one of his famous collaboration portfolios that he worked on in the 1960s with Camilo Jose Sila, the Nobel Prize-winning author and poet. We're talking about our friend Pablo Picasso. Now, I want to explain this to you very clearly. You're bidding on a first state, first printing, first edition, by the hand of Picasso. The stones executed by the hand of Picasso, signed on the stone. There are no hand-signed versions of these. The portfolio is never hand-signed. Now, I can't speak on if there was somebody that saw Picasso at a show. He might have signed one for somebody. That happens. But as the catalog references and documentation go, these are signed on the stone as issued, as created by Pablo Picasso. So I'll go ahead and show you the certs on this real quick, and then we'll talk a little bit about them. So you got Pablo Picasso, Spanish artist, 1881 to 1973. The title on this one is The Two Doves. Original lithograph in colors on wove paper, signed by the artist on the stone. First date, first printing. Plates executed in Cannes, France on June 13th, 1960. We know the exact day that they were completed. I'm not saying he did all the stones that day. June 13th, 1960 would be the day that the stones were all completed and ready to be printed. So on the second cert, since you are getting 2-for-1, this one is titled The Dove. So what's better than one dove? 2 doves. You're not getting 2 doves, you're getting 3 doves. And why is that significant with Pablo Picasso? You guys can go back to the art. Why is that significant with Pablo Picasso? Well, the dove was very near and dear to Picasso's heart. He actually named his daughter Paloma, which in Spanish is Spanish for dove. So Picasso's image of the dove, first produced in 1949, became one of his best-known icons of international peace when it was adopted as a symbol for the first World Peace Congress organized by the Communist Party. Ironically, the original lithograph represented a pigeon, not a dove, nor was it intended to symbolize peace. However, when shown Picasso's lithograph, an influential member of the French Communist Party instantly adopted the dove as a symbol of the peace movement. The image adorned posters promoting the Congress and was widely reproduced throughout the world. Picasso, it seems, was more than happy for his pigeon to become a dove. That's great. The detailed, realistic nature of the work served the communist peace movement well. Not only did the name of Picasso enhance its prestige, but the work also confirmed to the more realistic approach to art supported by the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. I don't know, it sounds a little waffly to me there. I got a lot of things I could take out of that statement. You know, the Soviet Union, world peace, communist, I don't know, you can get a lot out of that statement.
Well, I do have a small comment, because I read a nice paper about this. Communism at that time for the French was like very idealistic.
Communism's always idealistic.
But it doesn't work. But it's a nice thought.
You can have those communist dreams as long as you have capitalist money backing it.
There it is. But see, at the time...
I know. But I was just saying, you can get a lot out of that statement from just that. Over the next few years, Picasso produced countless more doves in a variety of styles, including the famous Dove of Peace, all which confirms his credentials as the advocate of international peace. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very well documented, very famous portfolio. Now let's talk about it for just a second. What is this? Why did Picasso create these? Well, actually, this is a collaboration work. There was a gentleman, a Spanish gentleman, a writer. He wrote a magazine in Spain, and his name was Camilo Jose Sila. And he had done a feature story on Jean Miro and wanted to do a feature story on Pablo Picasso. This is in 1958. So he went to Miro, and Miro was nice enough to give him Picasso's contact information and tell him how to get a hold of Picasso. Well, Sila took that to another level. He actually moved to Cannes. Took him about 6 months to get an audience with Picasso. But once they sat down and talked, they hit it off. They were thick as thieves from minute one. They were from the same area in Spain. They had the same political and ideology. They were a little bit separated by age, Picasso being a little bit older, but it was a match made in heaven. And they would go on, now you're talking about 1960 Pablo Picasso, one of the most famous people in the world in 1960, hands down, no argument. He was Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, he was Elvis Presley, all rolled in. He was one of the most famous people in the world. He would go on to do 4 collaboration works with Sila over the next 8 years in the 1960s. Picasso dedicated a lot of time to working with Sila in the 60s when Picasso could have done anything he wanted, or he could have done nothing at all. He was already one of the most financially successful artists of all time. He was not wanting for money. He didn't need the work. But they hit it off so well, and this would be the first collaboration they would ever do together. What is it? Why is this created? Well, Camilo José Sila wrote a book of poetry. Picasso agreed to illustrate that book of poetry. That's what these are. These are from the illustrations, and the book of poetry is called Stories or Fables Without Love. It's a very well-documented, historically significant collaboration work with a Nobel Prize-winning author and arguably the greatest artist of all time. He did 32 illustrations to accompany Sila's book of poetry. And that's where these works and why these works exist today. So you've got Camilo José Sila tracking down Pablo Picasso, spending 6 months trying to get an audience with Picasso. Finally does. And this would lead to an 8-year-long relationship and 4 major collaborative efforts. Guys, these are historically important, historically significant. I would venture to say we should be at least $5,000 each. I think our record on the show is around $6,500 for a single image from this portfolio. And not only that is, you're getting one of the most iconic symbols of Picasso's career, the dove. I mean, the phone should be lighting up. I'm under $1,000 on the pair. Are you sure you don't want to bid $2,000 for the pair? $3,000 for the pair? That would still be very low. That'd be $1,500 each. You're talking about standalone $5,000 plus. Not only that, it's, like I said, it really does matter. Well documented, historically significant, collaboration work, a late stage work by Picasso, revisiting his minimalist style. If you know anything about the competition that Matisse and Picasso had pretty much through their whole lives, their professional careers, was the dichotomy of line. They would go back and forth to see who could create the most powerful drawing with the least amount of lines. And that is Picasso. This is Picasso going back. I mean, at this point in Picasso's career, he could doodle on a napkin and somebody would have gave him a ton of money. That's just the way it was. He was the most successful artist in history. He was the most famous person on the planet in the art world and in any walk of life, really. That's just the reality. Picasso was a household name. They used to say back in that time period that you could go to a village in Africa and they would have heard the name Picasso. That's how famous he was. And we're talking about a late stage 1960 by the hand of Picasso. We know the exact day that they were finished, June 13th, excuse me, June 13th, 1960. It is a big deal that Picasso drew the stones himself. These are true definition of original lithography. And I can't muster to get a $1,000 bid on the pair. And one last thing, I would like to remind you that these are iconic symbols of Picasso's career, the dove. So you're getting first date, first printing, first edition, by the hand of Picasso, original Picasso, signed on the stone. Like I reiterate, there are no recognized hand-signed examples. So that's the only way they exist, is how Picasso issued them, signed on the stone. And not only take all that for what it's worth, and it's worth a lot. I'll tell you what it's worth more than $750, all that I just said. Then you throw on top of that iconic symbols of Picasso's career. These are indicators to pick up the phone. These are really good reasons why you should bid a couple $100, a couple $1,000. Don't let them go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking for $5,000 each, and I'm not at $1,000 for the pair. That is a win for the bidder, a disaster for the auction house. So I will ask for one last minute. I will bid this out. I will lead the stage for Ray. He belongs here more than I do. So he's on deck, and he's coming out with like I said, not a household name, but you're not going to miss this original oil painting that he's going to launch his set with. And this gentleman has verified auction results, $15,000 to $25,000, $30,000 for similar paintings. So you've got a chance to collect a major unique work coming up next. But once again, let's get back to the bidding. And I'm only at $900 for the pair of Picassos. The doves. 2 doves and the 1 dove equals 3 doves. I think 3 Picasso doves is worth a lot more than $1,000. Got to be $5,000 a dove, I would imagine. I mean, we're talking about price per dove. You can talk about art per square inch. I'm talking about art per dove, Ray. Art per dove. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will bid this out. I've got a $1,000 bid. That's for the pair. 2 for 1 money. And I've got a lot of people on the phone. I've got 11 looking for 12. I got 11 looking for 12. I've got $1,100 looking for a $1,200 bid. I've got $1,200 looking for 13. I got 12 looking for 13. Once again, good Friday evening to everybody. I hope everybody's doing very well out there. Thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. We're here all the way till 1 o'clock in the morning. Hope you can stay tuned. And as you hear in the background, we are at last call, and I'm only at $1,200. I've got about 6 people. I'm sorry? 1,400. I've got 14 looking for 15. That's for the pair. I've got 14 looking for 15. I've got $1,400 looking for a $1,500 bid. I've got $1,400 going once. I've got $1,400 going twice. How are we looking, Kim? Last call, fair warning. Congratulations, it's been fun with you for the first hour of the show. Ray Taylor on deck. Congratulations. Sold, but we're right back.
Coming to the Fine Art Auction, Sunday, September 6th, a rare original work by Andy Warhol titled A Whole Stocking Full of Good Wishes, lithograph in red. Signed and executed in 1956. Catalog reference F and S 85. Stamped by the Warhol Foundation and the Warhol Estate. So don't forget to save the date, Sunday, September 6th, only on
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And we have an amazing, a truly amazing show. And before I even get into the Andy Warhols and the Picasso and the Shepard Fairey and a magnificent show closer tonight, really something that belongs in a museum, I'd like to talk about this artist. I don't think we've had a development like this ever since Oh, I don't know. My goodness, 10 years ago. But I want to get right to the good part. This is the most heavily credentialed artist we've had, I think. Whom I'm drawing a blank now. I've been thinking about how to pronounce Henri de Wahocke so much. Who's our other, the gold medal winner? Vivrel. Yes, we have not had such a heavily... I can't even wait. I'm so excited. I can't even wait to get over there to my screen and read you the credentials on this artist. Sit back, pay attention. This is a debut piece, and you know on these debut pieces, the bidding is quite advantageous. But when I read just 2 paragraphs of what he's done, I have 11 pages of the most incredible artist. I want this. I mean, and then when I look at the talent, the ability, the quality of the work of art, that's going to be 22 by 25. It is signed right down there, Henri de Wahocke. And I guess it's number 893 painting in his career. Very, very hardworking, very, very incredible artist. I know I'm at a loss for words. Because last night when I went over my data again and I reviewed it and I went, wait a minute, this is really, truly big. This is big. Let's go to the certificate. The Chapel. An original oil painting on canvas, signed and inscribed by the artist, lower left. It is unique. It is an original oil painting executed by Henri de Wahocke in 1930. It is beyond extremely rare. And I will say it again, Orban Huchette, you really did save the very best for last. Now I'm going to do it to let you know that I do my very best to be nice to people. Go to my computer. Go to my computer.
Henri de Wahocke.
Wahocke.
Henri de Wahocke.
I'll try it one more time. Henri de Wahocke.
Henri de Wahocke.
Let's go back to the art. I just want to start off on this very, very properly. I just cannot say how deeply impressed. And wait till you hear the list of museums. Should I just start with that? Henri de Wahocke was born in December of 1881. He passed away in December of 1970. And he was the full package. He was a French painter, a sculptor, a draftsman, a truly great engraver. He was one of the mainstays of Paul Durand-Ruel. Paul Durand-Ruel went down in history for giving Picasso his first main show. He was also a mainstay of the Ambroise Vollard galleries. And those are 2 names. I'm going to print all this out. He studied and got his master's at the National Museum of Natural History. He got a career as a biologist. And then he became a specialist in mineralogy and then paleontology. I would say this is one of the great geniuses of all time. Then after that, after mastering it, he went to the École des Arts, the Academy of Fine Arts in Paris, and learned architecture. Then, when he was studying architecture, he fell in love with ancient Greek mythology and became a Hellenist. I know that's kind of an obscure reference. I quote eyewitness Julian Kane. To the individual second, he owes the revelation of Greek art which places man at the center of the universe. From the very first moment, he learned to recognize the value of the volumes that the architect, this creator, harmoniously assembles. And he remembered this in his engraved landscapes. What he would in fact represent preferentially was the taking possession of the landscape by man, the builder of buildings. It wasn't until all of that, and then, are you ready for this? He became an architect, and then he became what's called a professor of decorative composition, meaning that he would take a known piece of architecture and make it into a masterpiece. We saw Leonardo da Vinci do that. Michelangelo do that with the dome of the Basilica of St. Peter. From there, are you ready for this? Let's go to my computer. He went to the Estienne School, which is known for its industrial arts and graphics, and that is where he learned printmaking. His career is beyond fascinating. And I'm just beginning. Let's go back to the art. It is from there that he began to studying art. And because he mastered architecture, he said that architecture, I quote, is a pictorial work of imagination. Isn't it funny? If you imagine it, you can make it. I remember, and I've told this story many, many times, when we came back from Germany. I was an Army brat. We did 2 years in Germany. We were driving over the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge that went between Philly and the Palmyra Extension in Cinnamons and Cherry Hill Mall. And I went over and I go, Dad, look at the lines on this bridge. He goes, please remember, every building, every car, every every Coca-Cola bottle has started with a single line on paper. And I've never forgotten it. I've never forgotten it. And of course, he gave up architecture, he gave up mineralogy, he gave up biology, he gave up natural history to become an artist. It was studying the ancient Greeks that made him an artist. I'm going to print all this out for you. I'm just covering the tip of it. So what does he do? He gets his professorship, and then he moves to Scandinavia to become a professor of painting at the Scandinavian Academy. Then he moves back to France, and he gives all of that up to move to Montparnasse, and he became a friend of Modigliani, who introduced him to Picasso, and he became a member of the School de Paris, the School of Paris. One of the most, I can't even, the more I learn, let's go back to my computer. The School of Paris refers to the artists, including a large number of foreigners, who worked in Paris from 1900 to 1960. It's not really a school, but it covered, anyhow, I'll go back to the art. I'm really excited, so I'm going to jump around a little bit. We haven't, this is as big as Vivrel. He became a close friend with Amedeo Modigliani, and so then, guess what? He decides to move to Italy and study Italian pre-Renaissance frescoes. From there, he decides to move to Corsica, then Chamonix, then Saint-Tropez, and finally, because of Picasso, he moves to Spain in 1921. And all of this time, he's living and painting and making art. Now, in 1926, World War I is over, and the Belfort Academy, Society of Fine Arts, was created. And they organized major exhibitions at the Belfort Museum all the way up until the Second World War. He was at every show. He was at every show. And in 1938, he participated in the Paris Salon. And because he had spent 5 years in Spain, all of his paintings were based upon Spain. And then he learned Cubism. This art, okay. So then, in 1930, he becomes an engraver. Then he becomes, from 1930 to 1936, he becomes an engraver. 1936, he became a fresco artist. 1937, he became the mural designer for the Chaillot Palace. Go to my computer. Do you know why they put those giant tapestries on the walls of these big palaces? Because they're made out of 2-foot thick stone. And when it gets cold in the winter, those walls radiate bone cold. That's why they put tapestries on all these palace walls. This is the palace. This is one of that palace, yes, that palace seen from the Eiffel Tower. He did the tapestries on the wall. Yeah, even Adolf Hitler had to go look at it. That palace, yeah, we're talking about that palace. He did the tapestries that hung on the wall. This is before central air. He had a fireplace, and the walls would just get so bone cold. That one right there. He did the tapestries. This is, 500? Oh, wait. Let's go back to the art. I'm not done. I'm going to keep going. Then, you know who hired him to do tapestries? The Great Palace in Tokyo. Oh, you can't. Go to my computer. Right here. They hired him to do the tapestry work there. These aren't the best pictures. There, well, right there. Let's go back to the art. I'm going to try to wrap this up. Now, when World War II was over, his art was considered so important. His art collection, his personal art collection, was transferred from the National Museum of Modern Art to the new collection of the Pompidou Center. And then, in 1980, it was transferred to the Musée d'Orsay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most exciting things. This is one of the most exciting things that have ever, I think, ever happened to this show. I think we have something truly big. If you want to, now here's where it gets better. Then he became a photographer and a poet. The poet is called The Last Judgment. I quote, a monumental work in 10 volumes that he begun in 1908 and did not finish until 1967. I think, my goodness, and this is how much he is respected and admired by the nation of France. Not only is he buried in the Père Lachaise Cemetery, but are you ready for this? One of the greatest honors, go to my computer, one of the greatest honor anybody in the world can get is to become a member of the National Order of the Legion of Honor. It was founded by Napoleon. It is given by the President of France. That is the Knight's Cross. That is a Chevalier. What is higher than that? What is higher than that? Commander. He was given the rank of commander, and I can prove it. It's right here. There is only one thing higher than commander. There is only one thing higher than commander. Do you know what that is? Eagle. There was only one eagle. It was Napoleon. He crowned himself eagle. He had to be higher than the highest. And then also, I do want to go big because of his contribution to the arts and letters, his poetry, his art. He was a Knight of the Order of the Arts and Letters. This is beyond this. No, I'm looking for $60,000 to $70,000. This is one of the biggest discoveries in the history of television. Let's go back to the art. They just sent, this is the very first one. This is the debut piece on this show. The debut piece on this show, and you know and I know. Okay, you want to go big? All right, hang on. We're going to go big in a minute here. We're about to go big. Okay, oops, sorry. So if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. I'm going to print all of this out. I am flabbergasted. I've never gotten like this before over any artist. Hold on, now I lost my place. Yeah, go to my computer. He's in the National Museum of Fine Arts in Algeria, the Royal Museum of Fine Art in Belgium. He's in the Laurier Museum in Canada, Victoriaville. He's in the Statens Museum für Kunst, that means for art, in Copenhagen. He's in the National Museum of Fine Art in Helsinki. He's in that's the Museum of Tapestry, Aubusson. Alver, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, it's in the museum, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, even the Museum of Art and Archaeology because of his papers. Where am I at? 31, Strasbourg, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 museums. Historically, the first collection of Western art on permanent display in Japan. 38, 39, 39 museums, and you're telling me that's an $800 painting? I'm looking for over $50,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the debut. All of his notes and references, look at this. Look at how many books he's in. This is insanity. No, there is no 800. There is no 8,000. Look at the bibliography on this guy. Pages. I haven't been, look how many dictionaries he's in. The Encyclopedia of Fine Art, 1974. The Dictionary of Illustrators, 1905. The Dictionary of Painting, 2003. The Dictionary of Modern Art, Grund, published by Grund, 2001. The Benezet Dictionary, we use that on the show. Look at this. It's unbelievable. Let's go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, I will buy it. I will buy it. I'm going to get me one of these. This is beyond, beyond, beyond. All right, here we go. And remember, we have done debuts like this. And then a couple of auction laters. They're triple, quadruple, tentuple. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, I'm telling you to bid on this. I'm telling you as a friend to bid on this. He was made a commander. Many artists have achieved knighthood in fine art. Picasso never did. Matisse never did. Monet never did. What's higher than a knighthood? Commander. What's higher than a knighthood? Commander. There's only one thing higher than commander. It's eagle. There was one eagle. Go to my computer. They don't sell. They're all in museums. This little painting, 20,000 back in 1997, so that would be about triple now. Right before he passed, he did a very abstract period. Let's go back to the art. I'm looking at 20,000 for, no, this is way better. This is 1930. See, Cubism came out in 1904, so he had already gone back to what's called, he already surpassed Cubism and was going into what's called a neoclassical period. A neoclassical period. Let's go to my computer. With buyer's premium, you had 28% of that. 10% would be $2,000, $4,000, so it's about $25,000. That was back in 97. You see, we see in the bottom right with the crystal work here, we see a little bit of classicism, but 1930 is where you want to be. Let's go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, over 100 years old. He's in 30 museums that I know of. 30 museums. And we're doing yard sale prices. Guys, it's cataloged, it's numbered, everything about it is correct. When I read through, I've already printed out an 11-page bio, and honest to goodness, when you go to Wikipedia, I've left off 5 pages of citations and exhibitions. Full size. The painting made it through World War II. I don't know how. Canvas is still tight and flawless. That is the original stretcher bars. You can see it. I know it has traveled. I see a little bit of wear, but we don't cover that up. Another frame shop would move this down about 1/4 of an inch, but then you'd lose the tip of the, don't do anything to it. Guys, if you get this for $20,000, jump for joy. Wait till you read his bio. I think this is as big as a discovery as Vivrel. Let's go to the certificate and turn on the DVR, because you were there when you had the debut piece on the original oil painting, August 28, 2026, of a commander of the Order of Arts and Letters and a knighthood, then promoted to commander. In fine art, this is rare. All right, I just want to cover a few of the basics because I'm reading this. Let's go to my computer. And I've already practiced like 20 times. I can't do it right. Hold on.
Henri de Warroquier.
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 I want to learn French. Okay. Painter, sculptor, draftsman, engraver. I love this. The Durand-Ruel Gallery, Paul Durand-Ruel, Ambrose Villard, the biggest names there. He published Picasso. Durand-Ruel that's a painting by Renoir. Okay. He had a career as a biologist. Then he became a specialist in mineralogy and paleontology, having a great fondness for minerals. Then he became a master of architecture, and then learned Greek mythology, which Greek art places man at the center of the universe. From there, he became a professor. He taught decorative composition at the Estienne Academy in Paris. And then he left there to become a professor of art at the Scandinavian Academy. It's just like that. Then he became a friend of Modigliani. Then he went to Italy in 1912 to study pre-Renaissance frescoes. By 1917, then in Italy in 1920 to Corsica, Chamonix, Entrevaux, Saint-Tropez. Let's go back to Entrevaux. Oh, I want to go there. Saint-Tropez, I want to go there too. Then Belgium. And what do you do after that? He's the founder of the Belfort Society of Fine Arts that was only interrupted by this little thing called the Second World War. Now, this is when he was influenced by Cubism. This is 1930, right, when he became a sculptor. He did the tapestry drawings, the compositions for this palace. That's the view from the Eiffel Tower. That's the view. That is the view from the Eiffel Tower. Then he becomes a photographer and a poet. He's at the Père Lachaise Cemetery, and I'd like to thank Dr. Michael Gorion for inviting me there. He became a commander of the Legion of Honor and a commander of the Order of Arts and You're telling me that's 1,200? You couldn't get it for 12,000. I've already printed all of this out for you. But again, how about, I don't know. These are just exhibitions. There we go. 1952 at the, okay. Fine Art Museum of Zurich, 1 year after World War II was over. Let's talk about his group shows. Paris Salon, every year from 1906 to 1970. Paris Salon, every year from 1960. Do you know what a giant this is? What? He was the president of the painting section after World War II? I didn't even know that. Honorary president of the Paris Salon for 7 years? Okay, pull it from the auction. We're making a mistake. No, do not sell this for 1,200. Oh my God. And I'm not even talking about, I don't have time for its quotes, but again, 30 museums around the world, hang on, 30 museums. All right, let's go back to the art. I'll buy it. I want it. I'll buy it. Oh my goodness, we have made a boo-boo. I wouldn't sell this for 10,000. Wait till you read it. Exhibited at the Paris Salon from 1906 to 1970? You know what kind of a giant he is? Oh my gosh. He's in 20 museums just in France. All right, here we go. Let's give it away. Remember, turn on the DVR. They won't believe you. They won't believe you. All right, and here we go. I've got 12 now. It's going to be 13. I've got 12 now going once. Going to pay you to buy it. Last call. I've got 12 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. This is a true art discovery. This is big. Now, when you go on to read on Wikipedia, make sure you're on wikipedia.fr. It's the French Wikipedia website. There's only a one-page notation, but it will translate automatically. And on the English Wikipedia, it's only one page. See, they have to pay people to translate. 13. It's too much work.
All right, guys, I have to move on.
I'll show you the American page. Commander of the Legion of Honor, officer of the Legion of Honor, a knight of the Legion of Honor, commander of the Order of Arts and Letters. This is beyond huge for an artist. I want to learn everything I can about him. Guys, this is crazy. All right, all in, all done, all fair, all square. We've got 2 new bidders on the phone. I'm way behind schedule. 13 now is going to bid at 14. I've got 13 now going once. I got 13 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. Him 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're way over our time allotment on this work of art, but I think it was worth it. Your call. It is to you. I have to go. I have to go. $15 going to be at 16. I've got 15 now going once. I got 15 now going twice. All in, all. Yeah. Let me put it this way. You're not overbidding. Oh, gosh. 16 now is going to be at 17. I've got 16 now going once. I got 16 now. Yes, and everything I talked about will come in writing. I'll even sign off on it. I've already printed it. Here, I'll show you. I've already printed it. And please, whoever wins, let's go to the cert.
18.
Now remember, this is l'Encyclopédia Libre. It will translate for you. Wait till you read this. It's mind-blowing. Going once, going twice. Sold. Now, we don't know a lot about Leonardo da Vinci from his paintings. There's 25 that are known by him, another 15 that are attributed to him. What do we know about him? How do we know so much about him? It's his notebooks. In his lifetime, he made over 13,000 pages of notes and drawings. And as a group, they fuse art and natural philosophy, and that is, isn't it the forerunner, the basis of all modern science? He did it every day, wherever he would go. He made continual observations of the world around him without judgment. Their incredible range of interest and occupation and preoccupation. Some are mundane, lists of groceries, people that owed him money. Where'd he leave his shoes? Some are intriguing, designs for wings, shoes for walking on water, details of drapery, faces, emotion, animals, babies, plant studies, whirlpools, war machines, flying machines. Well, these papers have found their way into major collections like the Royal Library at Windsor Castle. And their masterpiece, their magnum opus at Windsor Castle, the Royal Library, it is a document that is unparalleled in the history of humanity. First drawing of a child in the womb. A pregnant woman had passed away. And rather than, he said, this is an opportunity for science. There are, the third floor of the Louvre in Paris has actually been redesigned around not only the Mona Lisa, but his writings, his papers. The National Library of Spain has a big collection. The Victoria and Albert Museum, the National Library of Italy in Milan, they have the 12-volume Codex Atlanticus. The British Library in London has the Codex Arundel. The Codex Leicester is the only privately owned work by Leonardo da Vinci, the booklets like that. It's owned by Bill Gates. And before the pandemic, he would take it all around the world. Now there's one left. It's called the Codex Urbanus. The Codex Urbanus. The treatise on painting is a collection of da Vinci's writings just under a general heading, on painting, concerning the matter of painting. The main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. The work of art is 310 years old and it looks brand new. Go to my computer. What I was talking about, the treatise on painting, as you know, da Vinci was many things, a painter, an engraver, a pen and ink master, but an author as well. The treatise on painting is a collection of his writings. They're entered into his notebooks under a general heading, on painting, concerning the matter of painting. Concerning the matter of painting. They were begun in Milan while Leonardo was under the service of Ludovico Sforza. Now, wait a minute, I didn't know he had a job? Yes. Leonardo da Vinci is not his real name. It is, but it isn't. His real name is Leonardo di Ser Piero because he was from the town of Vinci. The population was so small, it would be like, Ray from St. Pete or Tony from Tampa or, Darren from Atlanta, that kind of thing. That's how you'd know who it was in a small town. But this gentleman, who had an incredible life, gave him a job. He moved from a small town to go to Da Vinci to the big city of Milan, and he got a job. Now, he had a pupil, an heir by the name of Francesco Melzi. Now, his accomplishment, this is how brilliant, I think he's the undersung hero of art, because he painted this. Francesco Melzi painted, look how beautiful that is. It looks like a Da Vinci. He learned from Leonardo. And that, for years, many people thought that Leonardo looked in two 45-degree angled mirrors to make a drawing of his profile. Nope. It's by Francesco Melzi. It's by, Portrait of Leonardo by Francesco Melzi. For years, they thought he was looking into two mirrors. Nope. A genius in every way. And these look exactly like the Leonardo, what are called the grotesqueries. Anyhow, Francesco Melzi. So what stands out about him? He became the literary executor of all of Leonardo's papers, compiled them into a manuscript known as the Codex Urbanus. This compilation would serve for the basis of the treatise on painting. Now, it was not published when he was alive. They're all posthumous. The main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. So allow me to go back to this. Anybody can find this. It's an easy website, treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org. And when we go to the introduction of treatiseonpainting.org, we center it. The treatise on painting circulated widely. Artists, scientists, and scholars, including Nicolas Poisson and Galileo, read it avidly. I've just started to read more deeply into the life of Galileo, and wow. I mean, he was as smart as Einstein. And the thing that gets me about Galileo, he was patient. Now, when we go back to treatiseonpainting.org, we go to the Libro di Pittura. This is the original that's at the Vatican. These are the original documents. These come from Milan. They're from the library of Francesco Melzi in 1570. So no, they're not for sale. I would say they would be, $20 million a page. No, they'll never be for sale. It's not for sale. And then the earliest known copies, the handwritten manuscripts that have traveled around the world. And then we go to the printed editions. In 1651, Giacomo Langlois painted a short version. He also published it in 1651, French and Italian. French, it wasn't published in English until 1721. So these are the short versions. When was the full version first published? In 1716 by Pierre-François Giffard of Paris, and we have one. That is the first full version. You can look all of this up. treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org, and go to this, view and compare. You can view all of it. That's a little bit more complex, but I do want to go back to printed editions. The short version, now these pages are going to run you, they've gone up so much. We were selling them $6,000 to $10,000, and now you can't touch them for $10,000. And they're gone. They're gone. So if you ever, 1721, right here, predates 1716. 1716. The first full edition, 1716 in Paris. Where did we get this? In Paris, from the estate of Urban Huchet. Now, $300? I'm looking for $25,000. Here, you want to see? Now, this is from 1835. This is called archive.org, archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. But take a look. It's not printed until what year? 1835. 1835. Now, this is in English. This is pretty much the, definitive English translation. And it's fun to read. But I'm going to warn you, it's going to make your brain spin. I'll just pick a random, page 78, whatever is on there. Oops, sorry. I have no idea what I'm doing. Help. I'm clicking and I can't shut up. Why is it doing that? How do I undo it? Okay, I undid it. I want to find something funny. I will not omit to introduce among these precepts a new kind of speculative invention, which, although apparently trifling, is almost laughable, is nevertheless of great utility in assisting the genius to find variety for composition. By looking attentively at old and smeared walls or stones of veined marble of various colors, you may fancy that you see them in several compositions, landscape battles, figures in quick motion, strange countenances, and dresses with an infinity of other subjects. By these confused lines, the inventive genius is excited to new exertions. It's called pareidolia. You know who did that? Salvador Dali. That's on page 89. It's my favorite page. You know who did that? Salvador Dali. Okay, get to the good part. In the back there are illustrations. I went too far. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do the full Monty. Okay, this is one of my favorite illustrations of them all. That changed the course of history. Prior to Leonardo da Vinci, the desecration of a corpse, an autopsy, was punishable by death. But the Pope knew the genius of Leonardo, and he said that in the better interest of all humanity, let us understand the human body, God's greatest gift. So the Pope stands up, reaches in his pocket, puts the key to the morgue, the mortuary, on the table on the center of his desk, turns and looks out the window, and doesn't move for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, he turns around. The key is gone. It's in Leonardo's pocket. And he said, I bid thee farewell, Your Eminence. The Pope doesn't say a word. There it is right there. You got to read the story. It's mind-blowing. Notice how in 1835, Victorian sensibility, morality, has covered them up with fig leaves. Well, I oppose censorship. I believe in freedom of the press and freedom of speech. I'm a patriotic American. I may not agree with what you say, but by golly, I agree with your right to say it. It's just words. It's just pictures. Let's go back to the art. Go back to the computer. I think I passed it. And one night I will say it again. Because by golly, when I look at drawings of naked Italian men, I want them to be nude. No, I can't even say it. I went right past it, didn't I? I'll find it. Go back to the, no, let's look at all of these. Because we do get the question from time, what's that centered line? If you read it, Leonardo da Vinci says, be aware, artist, be aware that one day your drawing may end up as a sculpture. Be aware of the center of gravity, because someday it may be a sculpture and you don't want it to fall over. There it is. Now that is censored. He's wearing a fig leaf. No, if I'm going to collect art, what I love to own, an 1835 example of the treatise on painting published by Lennox and, I'd love to own it, Senex and Taylor. Let's go back to the art. No, there's no 400 here. There's no 4,000 here. This is a 310-year-old mint, flawless, perfectly preserved. First full edition. That's the key. Not the abridged version, the first full edition. That's the first full edition in history. Let's go to the certificate. The Standing Man. The etching is in black ink on a thin laid paper. It is executed through the collaboration of whom? Nicolas Poisson. There's your homework. If you want to see a great artist with an incredible life history, who's in museums around the world, and read about him, Charles Erard, from the design of Leonardo da Vinci. An example from the French edition, first full known edition. I'm about to prove it. Between 1490 and 1513 by Leonardo da Vinci, printed in Paris 310 years ago. It is not rare. It's the only one you'll ever see in your life. It's the only one I'll ever see in my life. We don't have backups on these. On the frame now, that's going to be 14 by 16. Condition of the document, flawless. Now, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Looks a little wavy, looks a little ripply, right? Good. You see this gentle rippling? See, very gentle. Good. You know what that means? Sometimes Sometimes when you go to a framer, they're going to take your work of art. Oh, we're going to make it look pretty. They're going to flip it over, spray glue all over the back of it, put it on a mat board, run it through a roller. It'll be nice, but you've altered the integrity of the document. When you go to a museum, be aware. They don't dry mount. They used to say, oh, you can dry mount vintage movie posters. Don't. An undry mounted Boris Karloff Frankenstein movie poster is worth thousands. One that's been glued down to a piece of cardboard, not so much. Preserve the integrity of the original document. This is a record, guys, our record on this show for a similar, not exact, $17,000. If you want a home run, it's right here. A 310-year-old, fully verified Leonardo da Vinci at the record low. Go to my computer. There it is, right there. There it is right there. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. And archive.org is becoming one of my favorite sites. There's so much it'll give you. Oh, and I have big news. My sister just told me about it. Everybody. There's an app called Libby. And you can go to any library and get a library card for free. And on Libby, it's free Kindle. You can have every book in the library, including about 30 or 40 magazines, including National Geographic, Newsweek. Libby. I'm so excited because there's a lot of the classics I wanted to read. I got a third of the way through Don Quixote. Anyhow, Libby. Let's go to my computer. Yeah, there it is right there. Archive.org, Da Vinci on Painting. Now this example, 1835. All right, I've got $4.75 going once, gonna pay you to buy it. I've got $4.75 going twice. 310-year-old Leonardo da Vinci, mint, flawless condition. All in, all done, all fair, all square. A $25 bid could win this. I still like watching Lucy and Ricky on the Lucille Ball show. It held up. But I have a friend of mine named Dan who still watches Gilligan's Island. He thinks it's the best show ever. He really does.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
My name is Lisa Mee. I am an artist. I currently live in New York City, and that's what I have devoted my life to, is my art. I grew up in a small, tiny little town in northern New Jersey, very close to New York City though. So we would often take family trips together to museums, and a tragedy hit my family when I was very young. That was the loss of my mom. I remember realizing how precious life is and how you can capture it, the feeling and the essence of a person or a place on a canvas or on paper. I found solace in my art though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now though, more than ever. And it is a tedious, long effort to get to that point where it's really a point of perfection, where I feel it's the perfect place.
Whenever I talk about Lisa Mee, I have to admit I have been a fan of her work from the moment I saw it. I'm a big fan of art that's uplifting. I want art that is going to increase the mood of the room that it's in. That is what Lisa's work reminds me of. When you put it on a wall, there's an element of just warmth and this uplifting quality to it.
Really, when I talk about the highest calling, that is the highest calling, where there is no point of reference to refer to, like, oh, there's a mountain, gotta get that contour right. Oh, there's a flower, gotta get that petal just so. There's a person or a woman, oh, her hair. No, I feel that is the greatest challenge, and I love challenges, because I get bored, you know, and I just love being challenged. So I would say, I'd say getting lost in a big abstract. I like big. So it's like going large with abstract pieces, but at the same time, I can also get lost in the beautiful singular rows.
Because she's achieved the one thing that is probably the single most difficult thing for an artist to achieve, and that is being what's called recognizable.
So nice to see Lisa Mee thrive, and I really do think of the old phrase farmers used. I did spend a few years on a farm. My grandmother owned a farm up in Wisconsin, near the Wisconsin Dells. It's a little hoe and a long row, meaning that it takes an awful lot of work to run a farm. And when I look at every painting that Lisa Mee has done in the last 3-4 years, she's earned it. It's been just 30 years of hard work and learning, and she's brilliant. I mean, she really is brilliant. Her writings, her papers, everything she does is just of the top notch. And I love the color in this. As Renoir would say, black is the queen of all colors. And it is the hardest to paint. Now you can paint everything. When you paint everything black, that's easy. Paint your canvas black, put in a couple of highlights like street lights and a street scene and maybe a car or a building. Oh, that's very dramatic. But in a composition like this, we've upped the ante. This is genius. The second I saw it, I knew I was looking at greatness. That is going to be 34 by 40. That's 48 inches right there. We are looking at about a $1,200 frame on this, and I'm not kidding. She was nice enough, let me set this down. A provocative gaze. 2026, Lisa Mee. But you can see how flawless and unerring. There's no, see, when you look at it, it's not precious. And what I mean is she didn't rework it. She's got that 30-year skill set. There's no mistakes. So when I turn this, it's soaked through the canvas, of course, we expect that. One other little bonus, and I love these little bonuses, leave the camera there. She had a little bit of red paint on her fingertip. Come down a little bit, She had a little bit of red paint on her fingertip when she moved the canvas. Just the human touch. Just the human touch on that. And there's one other down here in the bottom right. You'll see it when you get it home. But she is a genius who's backed it up with decades of hard work. She's earned it. Now, it doesn't really show right here, quite obviously on the screen, but she does make her own metallic paints throughout the composition of the hair, the circles, the decorative elements. There is diamond dust, and there's hair in the diamond dust around her profile. And no, I'm not going to ask her the recipe of how she makes her colors. But another thing she's doing, and if you're a painter, you'll know what I mean. I'm getting a little bit of glare on that from the studio lights. Let me turn it a little bit. If we could come right in here and work up, and when you get it home, you'll realize how thick and beautiful the paint is. That's a painter's technique called marbling. Now, that's not easy to do. Anybody can smear paint, but very few can do it well. Now, if we come straight up and watch how she is arced, put an arc in there of the gold. It is throughout the composition. Let me get a little flashlight on that, and you'll see what I mean. Lisa Mee paintings, we are 100% of people going, oh my gosh, when we got it home, it was 10 times better. And that peach tone, that really just, and there are lavenders and cobalt blues, and it's quite a fascinating composition. Throughout the composition, it is nothing but the best. Oops, I dropped the flashlight. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. That'll wake you up. Where's, there. Yep, that'll wake him up. It was a flashlight. The other thing is the texturing and quality. That, like I said, when you get it home, see, there's so much you miss. So what do they sell for? What's the value? Oh, and let's go to the certificate, as long as I'm here. A provocative gaze. The original mixed media painting, and you can see she's using metallic paints mixed with other paints, oil paint, signed by the artist lower right, inscribed on the back, the verso. Like a coin, a painting has a front and back, verso and recto. It is a unique work, executed by Lisa Mee in New York. It is fresh to the market. And Lisa, I'm going to say it, I'm grateful. I am very, very grateful that you're still sending us paintings. And I'm going to just tell everybody why. Go to my computer. This is an art gallery in Manhattan. I was reading in The Economist magazine that there are more millionaires per square foot in Manhattan than anywhere else in America. At one point, it was more than anywhere else in the world. I think Dubai has overtaken us. But if you're on a street corner, Times Square, look around, count 30 people. One of them is a millionaire. Oh, and I just read another article in The Economist. With today's modern inflation, to be considered, I quote, a millionaire, you need $1,360,000 in the bank. Okay, so what would a gallery, and I'm going to show you the name, and I'm not supposed to, a gallery in Manhattan, says they have 12. They don't. How much? Oh, okay. And I've got a $400 bid. I've got a $1,200 frame. It's a little bit of a discount. Now, as you know, it's a buyer's market, but this is a theater of the absurd. Now, these paintings are a little bit larger, a little bit. But she has attained a new price record. Sold. And I don't know if you've ever done this. Have you ever walked into a gallery in Manhattan? Yeah. They will throw around numbers like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 and not blink. Bless you. Sold. How much? Her new price point. See, it's Absolute Arts. We all know it. Whenever I move my cursor, sometimes it just pops up. Sold. $47,000. $47,000. I've got $450 going once. I've got $450 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, I'm behind on schedule. Any bid. I don't bid for you. And this proves it. I will not bid for you. I don't bid for you. I don't open the bid. I don't set a bid. I don't add a bid. Hold on. I think that made the phones ring. My method. I gather patterns found in nature's. Water currents, geological forms such as stones or shells, skies, forests, flowers. Often I'm on a walk and I'll see a sunset streaming with rich color. Or the building next door will display a luscious floral arrangement in a huge pot at their entrance. Recently, I've discovered flowers, an exotic blend of pure light greens and stunning violets. Gorgeous color combinations such as these form the beginning of my work. I begin by mixing matte mediums, the background, with different paint colors. And I never know what hues will come about, and that's the joy of seeing the unexpected unfold. Beautiful tints emerge that I would have never gotten out of a paint tube, and that's how I work, very spontaneously. When the paints are laid out, I merge the paint together. While it's sopping wet, I'll apply a sheet of paper to the surface and carefully press it into the canvas. With great care, I lift the paper off the surface, or I'll leave the paper on the canvas if I like the veil-like effect. Often I sketch a composition onto the canvas, particularly tree scenes and landscapes since they are more detailed. Then I meticulously cut and tear fabric and paper and fill in the composition along with metallic paints. If a painting radiates movement and energy, then I know it's finished. As you know, I like her. I like her as a person. And I have a quote here that I use every time. I want my paintings to stir feelings of soaring and floating as though they were suspended and relieved of gravity. It's a quality of the natural and the spiritual in harmony, graceful, free, and joyful. 11 years ago, Chelsea Studios, New York City. Her earlier style, beautiful. Gallery Guide to New York City. Artist Lisa Mee has done the impossible. Superbly gifted artist. Kashan Gallery of Nyack, New York, one of the best in the world. We're talking over a decade ago. Great Neck Art Center, New York, New York. That is where Louise Nevelson and Larry Rivers taught, as well as her husband, Wayne Ensrud. Indie Walls, New York City. You can see a much earlier style. You know, you have to go down a path to arrive at this. J.H. Brown Fine Art of Waitsfield, Vermont. Art Abound, New York City. Design Lawn, who did they choose for the inaugural exhibition? Lisa Mee. Art Gotham, Square Foot Show. Transform Gallery of New Rochelle, New York. You want to talk pricey? Go to art galleries in San Francisco. They have to have a huge markup. Why? Because the cost of retail floor space. If you are in a gallery in San Francisco, you're in the best in the world. You want to talk retail floor space? Let's talk the Hamptons. Yeah, real estate bargains abound in the Hamptons. No, they don't. Patch Magazine, San Francisco Chronicle, Time Out New York, Lisa Mee, featured artist in artinnewyorkcity.com, Eco Art Shanghai. If she goes back to China, wow. Featured artist, Ovation Arts Network. Yeah, you might want to bid on this. She was on tour doing a series of museums across the United States, and her works obviously are published, and she's a very important artist, magnificent. And like a lot of the art, now some of the works of art on this show, what you see is what you get. But with Lisa Mee, they're so much better in person. They're so full of color, and they're alive with texture, and they're just wonderful. Make sure you get one of these before she goes back on her museum tour. And if she goes back and starts going international, international, you'll never see a $5,000 price again. And this is wonderful. Move it around again, but I want to let you know something. That you're living in an art collector's paradise, and I say it every show because on August 31st, 1985, I walked into Images International Art Gallery and reported for my first day being a professional in the art industry. I sold art in a gallery at the Hyatt Regency and Ward Center and many other places. We were called the Road Dogs. We'd go to the New York City Art Expo every year for 12 years. We did the LA Art Expo. We had many shows in Sacramento, Portland, Eugene, all over the West Coast, Las Vegas. I'm telling you, with all of that experience, I've never seen an art collector's market like this, and I'm about to prove it. But go to my computer. I want to repeat. Walk into a gallery in Manhattan, and again, remember this number, 12, and offer them, $10,000 for a painting like that. Or offer them $15,000 for a painting like that. Offer them, $20,000. They wouldn't take it. It was sold. Now, I'm going to go back up to the top. Bear with me, there's a method to my madness. It says they have 12. Nope, they don't have 12. A year ago, February, they had 31, and I checked the videotape on that. We don't use tape anymore. I'm old. Back in my day, a turnip was a nickel. Whatever, some digital type of recording. Videotape, of course. Yeah, we use videotape. Yeah, we have the VCR right there. Anyhow, how many do they really have? They don't have 12. Do they have 11? 10? Whoops. Do they have 10? 9? 8? 7? Look at these prices. These are selling. These are what they're selling for in New York. No, they have 6 paintings. They've sold half their inventory. And what do you do? Now that one is the most affordable one. It is smaller. They have 6 paintings. And when they get down to the, I don't know, and they've been raising their prices. It is supply and demand. It says they have 12 paintings. Nope, they've recently sold 6. They have 6 paintings for sale. And you sure you don't want to bid? Go into a gallery in New York City, say, how much is that painting? $4,800. I'll give you $5,000. They'll tell you to get out. I love New York. There's no gray area in New York. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money, now way under the money. Henri Matisse, born December 31st, 1869, passed away in November of 1954. He had a long, beautiful life. He lived to be 84, but he almost died of cancer in his 40s. He always said, I had 2 lives. He is still known today for his use of color, his very beautiful, fluid, original draftsmanship. And I love this line, and I use it every time. I didn't write it. Matisse is commonly regarded as one of the artists who helped to best define the revolutionary developments in the visual arts throughout the 20th century. And he alone is responsible for significant development in both painting and sculpture. I mean, we have to remember he was born, New Year's Eve, but his first day was January 1st, 1870. So he was 30 years old when he was the leader of a group of younger men when he painted in a style known as Fauvism. The intense colors of the paintings he did between 1900 and 1905 first brought him notoriety and then fame. I think a lot of young musicians these days mistake the two. Les Fauves, the wild beasts of art. Younger artists like André Derain, Maurice Vlaminck, Raoul Dufy would be led by him. Many of his finest works were created in the decades after 1906. In 1917, he relocated to a suburb of Nice, Saint-Paul-de-Vence, on the French Riviera. And the new and relaxed style of his work during this time gained him critical acclaim as a true upholder of all the classical traditions of French painting. After his second cancer surgery in 1940, his ill health prevented him from standing at the easel. So he created a very important body of art in the medium of cut paper collage. So to sum up, his mastery of the truly separate languages of color and then drawing, displayed in a body of work spanning over 65 years, has won him true recognition as a leading figure of modern art. And I mean that because if you really look at the history, the century, the 20th century, it was Picasso and Matisse, and then everybody else. They owned a century. This one is very near and dear to my own heart because this is the precursor to one of the greatest works of art in history, and it is called the Romanian blouse. And that is the blouse, and that is the same model. Let's go to my computer. Now, it's in the Pompidou Center in Paris. The painting is currently being held at the Museum of Modern Art in Paris, or you may call it the Pompidou Center. The Pompidou Center, with their famous staircases, they call it the Inside Out building. Let me see if I can get a good... Yeah, all of the pipes and air conditioning ducts are inside out. I believe blue is fresh air, green is water, something is the Stravinsky fountain. They have branches all over the world. Anyhow, sorry about that. If you go to Paris, go to the Pompidou Center. Let's go back. But anyhow, let's go back. There it is. I was on this one. I do agree that it is Lydia Delectorskaya, because when we go back to the art, when you look at the shape of the jaw, it's her. It's her. I don't think it's Elvira Popescu, and I sure don't think it's Martha Bibesco. It's Lydia Delectorskaya, who is one of the most incredible and important people in Matisse's life and the history of art. Yeah, go to my computer. It's her. That's Lydia Delectorskaya. Anybody can look this up. It's a good read. Let's go back to the art. I do want to talk about the model. Then we'll talk about the portfolio called Themes and Variations. She was born in Siberia. Her father was a pediatrician, and she was an orphan at 12. Her father died of typhus, and then a year later, her mother died of cholera. If you don't ever read about cholera, I think it's the worst way to die. In the Russian Revolution of 1917, her aunt, she was only 12, took her to Manchuria, China, and she wanted to be like her daddy. So she wanted to become a medical doctor. And she was accepted by the medical faculty of the Sorbonne, one of the most prestigious colleges in the world. But the high fees that they charged to out-of-state students, foreign students, she ended up making her way from Manchuria as a single woman. And she ended up penniless. She was homeless. She was in Nice. Now back then, they had job postings on these big, giant sidewalk tubes called kiosks. It's like a big glass tube. And you go look for jobs. And it said housekeeper wanted, Henri Matisse. So she went there, and Matisse was painting a bowl of fruit. And Matisse wrote later, the way she stared at that bowl of fruit, I knew she was very hungry, but I didn't want to embarrass her. So I said immediately, you have the job. I need you here at 7 a.m. to make the biggest breakfast. We have a lot of company coming. I want pancakes. I want sausage. I want eggs. I want everything. I want souffle. And you're going to make it. And I want you in the kitchen at 6 so we can eat at 7. And she said that was the longest night of her life. That was the longest night of her life. I believe to go sit on a park bench, starving. Read about her. There should be a movie about her life. But anywho, back to the Romanian blouse. I do get it carried away. I just can't help it. Let's go to my. Sorry, not yet. What is wrong with me? Let's go. Let's go to my computer. When you go to the National Museum of Modern Art, informally known as the Pompidou Center, there it is. And I feel blessed that I was able to stand before it. I feel very, very lucky. And so this is from that series. Let's go back to the art. And I believe there is a version of it. There's a variation of it in another museum. I'm going to find it in a moment, or am I found it? Go to my computer. No, don't go to my computer. I get so many pop-ups. Everything's an ad now. How do you, okay, hang on. Go to my computer on WikiArt. I found the variation of it. Let's go back to the art. This portfolio is extremely important. I do want to point out a few things. It's called Themes and Variations, and the entire portfolio is at the Metropolitan Museum. If we come down here to the bottom right, I've never seen this notation before. Henri Matisse. Now, either there's a typo that it was done the 1st of April, but I don't think that's correct. Themes and Variation. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. That would be variation I. He did not number them. There's 17. Version 5. But he must have done 4. This is one of 4. One of 4 sketches on one day. Now, eyewitness Lydia Delectorskaya said he would do 20, 30. One day he did 105 sheets of paper to get one drawing that looked effortless. So when you follow the line, look at the line of the hand. How it goes everything, when you look at it, they're just so beautifully perfect. That is going to be 25 by 20. There's a yardstick there, 25 by 20, 25, very thick, high quality wooden frame. About a $450 frame. The important thing is it's signed, it is correct, and it is authentic. $300 for an Henri Matisse from wartime. Let's go to the certificate. The Portrait of a Woman. Original Matisse, and I'm at $300. An original lithograph by Matisse, I'm at $300. Say it out loud. I remember back in August of 2026, they were selling original Matisses, original lithographs. First editions, wartime editions. All I had to do was bid $25. What magazine is this? What's it say right there? What does it say right there? And you're worried about bidding $50? It's a buyer's market. Now, why is it printed under the artist's direct supervision? In 1940, he underwent duodenal cancer surgery. He was bedridden for 2 years. So the first printing was executed in Paris in 1943. Let me show it to you. He said, I have found a new life. I'm sorry, I was given a second life, and I have found a new life. Should have it right here. This is a book published by Taschen. Oh, let's go back to and I do want to show you right here. He was bedridden for 2 years. So this was done in 1943, at the height of World War II. Do you know how rare this makes it work? You know how rare this is? You're getting free money on this show. There will never be another art show without the largesse, the chain of circumstances that came from themes and variations. Fully documented. Where do you know that you can get a lifetime occupied Paris, World War II? You know, we live in such a time of plenty. Yes, and I'm fully aware of all of that, but compared to Paris, and let's go to my computer. I want to refresh your memory. The city of Paris started mobilizing for war in September of 1939. Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union attacked Poland, but the war seemed far away until May 10, 1940, when Germany attacked France and quickly defeated the French army. The government departed Paris on June 10th. The Germans occupied the city on June 14th. I believe today is Liberation Day, 1944. I'm 99% sure today is Liberation Day. For Parisians, the occupation was a series of frustrations, shortages, and humiliation. A curfew was in effect. Rationing of food, tobacco, and coal was imposed in September of 1940. 1 million Parisians left the city for the provinces. There was more food on the farms and fewer Germans. And here it is right here. The French press and radio contained only Nazi propaganda. How this got published? Let me show you a few things. See these guys? They didn't stand a chance. There it is right there, June 14th, 1940. And that is the Arc de Triomphe in the background. The tanks rolled in, 1940. June 14th, 1940. I know in America we have December 7th. Theodore Roosevelt said, a day that will live in infamy. Pearl Harbor. For the French, it's June 14th. See these guys? They would come into your printing press. They would come into your atelier and print shop and say, we own this. If you said no, they'd shoot you. Or they'd come back at midnight and throw in sticks of dynamite, big sticks of dynamite. All the printing presses were destroyed. To get the war wasn't over until 1944. To get a 1943 occupied Paris, that's the Hotel Crillon. You can get a suite there, I looked it up, $25,000 a night. Josephine Baker stayed there, Charlie Chaplin stayed there. Hemingway couldn't afford to stay there. Read about the Hotel Crillon. There it is right there. And it's ironic because it's on the Plaza of Peace. Oopsie, sorry. I have no idea. I need a helper. They changed the names of the street, and as soon as they left, they were changed back. German soldiers at the Moulin Rouge flirting with pretty French girls. And there it is right there, the shortages. In America, we had paper drives. Look it up. Boy Scouts were asked to go to city dumps, get all the paper. Throwing away paper was bad. In France, they saved all the paper to burn in pot-bellied stoves. There's no coal. You'd freeze to death. Look at the boy on the left. He's 15. He's too young to fight in the war. What does he have in his hand? 1 loaf of bread. 1 loaf of bread per person per day. What's at the supermarket? Oh, I don't know. Oh, we have onions and we have potatoes. That's it. That's the whole supermarket. Horses had armed guards every night. Why? People were stealing them, not to ride them. You'll figure it out. It was a whole black market. Gasoline was gone. There's no more gas. You took the subway or you took a pedicab. That's at the Louvre. The Paris Opera. I got to stop. I can't look at that. Let's go back to the art. Do you understand how rare and valuable this is? 1943, occupied Paris, brought to America by Orban Huchet. If you don't know the background of this show, and I'm very, very proud of it, I feel so beyond lucky. Orban Huchet was an attorney. He lived in Brittany. But when you asked him, he would say, I am from Breton. Go to my computer. In 2005, he offered us, do you want to sell some of my art? See, I never asked him about his money, but I know that he was wealthy enough to walk away from a law firm, move to Paris from Brittany, the upper northwest corner of France, to open an atelier. He published over 600 editions, not 600 prints, 600 editions. 600. But he began buying art. At the end of World War II, when everybody else was broke, he had money. He bought a total of 85,000 pieces. Go to Paris. Go back to the art. I want you to think about this. I want you to walk into a gallery anywhere in the world. Think about this. Let's go to the certificate. What is the year? What year was World War II? 1939 to 1944. Paris, 1943. It was a time of great rationing and deprivation. Now, I want you to put me on camera so I can look you in the eye. I want you to walk into a gallery in Paris, Italy, Canada, United States. I don't care where you go. And say, good afternoon. I'm looking for an original Matisse. The lithograph must be signed. Now, I want it in a $450 frame. I want you to give me paperwork that says it's authentic forever. Now, I want the condition of the document to look like the day it was printed in 1943. Now, if you put it in a $450 frame, I'll give you $450. It's an original Matisse. Do you understand the art market today? This is a buyer's market. You'll never do better, and you keep these in the family. You don't, I'm going to hush before I get too emotional. Let's go back to the art. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it. I want you to go to any gallery in the world. Let's go to the CERT and tell them you want an original lithograph by Henri Matisse printed in Paris during the war. Let me know if you get anything under $4,000. I'll put it on TV. All right, here we go. First date, guaranteed first printing. First date, guaranteed first printing. Free. It's free. Just buy a lovely frame. It is free. Not technically, it is truly free. Just buy a lovely frame. Going once from the estate of Orban Huchet. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Takashi Murakami. Born on February 1st, 1962 in Tokyo, Japan, Takashi Murakami emerged as a groundbreaking figure in contemporary art, transcending boundaries and redefining artistic expression. From a young age, Murakami was captivated by anime and manga, igniting his passion for artistic creation. Despite initially pursuing a career in animation, he shifted his focus to fine arts, graduating from the Tokyo University of Arts. Dissatisfied with the state of contemporary art in Japan, Murakami embarked on a mission to challenge convention and blur the lines between high and low art. His provocative pieces, such as My Lonesome Cowboy, push boundaries and spark dialogue. Venturing abroad, Murakami immersed himself in the Western art scene, drawing inspiration from luminaries like Jeff Koons. His groundbreaking theory, Superflat, which highlights the flattening of cultural hierarchies, reshaped the landscape of modern art. Murakami's influence transcended traditional art spaces, permeating fashion, music, and popular culture. Collaborations with icons like Louis Vuitton and Kanye West propelled him to international acclaim, solidifying his status as a cultural force. Beyond his artistic achievements, Murakami is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of talent and fostering a vibrant art market. Through his company, Kaikai Kiki, he continues to champion innovation and creativity on a global scale. Takashi Murakami, a visionary artist whose boundless imagination knows no limits. His legacy inspires us to embrace the extraordinary and challenge the status quo.
One thing I love about this show is that we have something for everyone, and it's never boring. We can go all the way from a traditionalist like Henri Matisse, a giant of the 20th century, one of the greatest artists in the history of all time, to Takashi Murakami, who may be, I think, the entire, one of the giants of the entire world. Go to my computer, and anybody can look this up. This is Wikipedia, and it's free. And I've been asked time and time again, why do I use Wikipedia? I used to put on, I was very proud of, and yes, I was showing off my nice book collection. I've been in the art business 40 years. I began collecting art books before that. I have some rare and beautiful art books. And then I had a client call up and said, Ray, I'll never be able to afford a book like that, and they don't have them at the library. And I thought, you know what? Because of the principles taught to me by Orban Huchet, fraternity, liberty, and equality, the motto of France, I want everyone to be equal. And it is fraternity. We are like a family. So, Takashi Murakami is not just an artist, he's a giant. He's a billion-dollar industry. There he is at the Palace of Versailles. He's just launched a product line with the LA Dodgers. You can't make this up. He works in fine art, painting and sculpture, commercial media, fashion, merchandise, animation. And he's in the perfect place at the right time. With the advent of graffiti art, he has merged graffiti art, which is considered by museums to be a low art, but that's changing into a fine art, a high art. And what he has done, he's taken all the traditions of Japan and blended it with, he's worked with Kanye West and Kid Cudi, Juice WRLD. He's the founder and the president of an art trading company called Kaikai Kiki Company. That's a $1 billion company. That is $1 billion. It means brave, strong, and sensitive. Borrowed from an art critic in the 1600s. Sorry. He's a giant. Now, what he did was, go back to the art. That's the important thing. Born and raised in Tokyo, but like a lot of Japanese kids, he's a fan of anime, cartoons, and manga, which is comic books. Anime and manga. Manga. And when he was a teenager, he goes, when I grow up, I'm going to work in the animation industry. A lot of kids. It's like the big thing over there. So he went to the Tokyo University of the Arts, and he got drafting skills. He became a qualified animator, but then he discovered something, Nihonga, which is the old traditional style of Japanese painting. He would get a PhD in Nihonga. Let me show you what I mean. Go to my computer. I like to be nice to everybody. Nihonga. Old, traditional, old school Japanese art. I love that. When I first I saw it, I thought it was a Leonard Suguharu Fujita. I love these. That reminds me of an artist I knew in Honolulu called Tatsuo Ito. That is so good. Oh my goodness. So he got his doctorate. Let's go back to the art. He got his doctorate in old traditional Japanese art called Nihonga. And after he got his PhD, he began to really look around, and he got deeper into the museums. And he said, I was dissatisfied with the state of contemporary art in Japan. I believed it to be a deep appropriation of Western art. And it is true. At the end of World War II, being an American and Michael Jackson helped, and before that, Frank Sinatra, the Western concept of Hollywood and our music has gone global. In France, the American jazz at the end of World War II, there's still a bar there called Café Huchette. In any event, what he did was uplift contemporary Japanese art, and he included ancient Nihonga, ancient traditional Japanese art, but now he's gone on. He's led the way into modern art. He's created a theory called superflat. That in 2000, 26 years ago, that was curated at the Museum of Contemporary Art in LA. And the theory is that there is a legacy of flat, two-dimensional imagery from Japanese art history. Manga, comic books, and anime. They're both flat, super flat. Now, the Japanese flat, two-dimensional imagery is very different from three-dimensional art of Hollywood and America. And you'll have to read the paper. I don't want to get too deep. Okay, like Andy Warhol, he launched his own factory. He started with 3 employees. Now he has over 400. Now he has merged with Marc Jacobs, the great designer, the fashion brand Louis Vuitton, Issey Miyake. Oh no, 1,000. Do you know what these things sell for? He's collaborated with Pharrell Williams, Art Basel, Kirsten Dunst, who did the cover of the Vapors 1980 song, one of my favorite songs, Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. And Kirsten Dunst is dancing around Akihabara, the great shopping district of Tokyo. If you want shopping, go to my computer. Akihabara. I want to do a GoFundMe. I want to do a GoFundMe for Dave, our cameraman, because he wants to go to Tokyo. I think, look at this. You got to see this. Yeah, another day. Yeah, you want to play pachinko, video games? I want to go. Oops, sorry. I want to go to Akihabara. That just looks so. And the food. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to the art. Sorry. He is a giant. Okay, let's get to price. $1,500. Lucky you. Lucky you. Now, there's not a lot of art for sale here. And when you do find it, okay, let me give you an idea. Let me give you a little idea. Okay, go to my computer, very famous art gallery. You can look it up. I don't mind. Small print. This is very small. It's very small. I'll show you the measurements. It's 6 inches by 12, 6.5 by 12, 6.5 by 12. Very small print. 6.5. How much? Oh, $20,000. We're looking for $30,000 because this one is not 12 by 6, 12 inches by 6 inches. No frame. Let's go back to the art. Oh, I'll show you more. There's plenty more. Oh, you want a full-size print? Now, sorry. What we're looking at is the abstraction of the panda. Let's go to my computer. Now, this is before he did the abstraction of the panda with the Louis Vuitton background. It's a print. It's a lithograph, but it is signed. It's a lithograph with serigraphy. Super flat. How much? $100,000. If you acquire this, don't sell it for a penny less than $20,000. That is a lithograph of the same dimensions. That is a lithograph. Lithografia and serigrafia. How much? 100, and they'll get it. Let's go back to the art. I'm not kidding on any of this. Take a look at this. This is one of my favorites. Go to my computer. It's the Louis Vuitton logo, but it has the panda eye. Do you see the panda eyes? Do you see the eyeball of the panda, the little eyelash? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See the eyeballs? How much? 29 by 29. How much? Oh, $100,000. Okay, all right. Guys, bid on this. I'm telling you to bid on this. Let's go to the certificate. I know somebody who knows Japanese anime knows what this means. We are the Jocular clan, friendly. Offset lithograph printed in color on wove paper, hand signed, hand signed, hand signed. Example number 179 of 300, published by Kaikai Kiki, Tokyo, 2018. I think it's the only one for sale in America. I'm looking for $30,000, not a joke. Any bid, I'll take any bid. 34 by 33. Well, let me be more. It's like 33 and a half. Let's call it 34 by 33, so it'll fit on the wall. Half an inch. Give me half an inch on that. Let's go to the bottom right. Full signature, proper signature. 1,600. Oh my gosh. It's in a $900 frame, and I want you to check. Takashi Murakami is a giant, is an incredible giant. Go to my computer, here's another one, very similar, circular format, but is it hand signed? Yes, 27 inches in diameter, signed and numbered in ink, no frame, stored flat, no frame. Oh, okay. I think you might want to bid on this, and feel free to look around. He is, like I said, he's a global giant. Kind of like the way Jeff Koons is. Let's go back to the art. Here, I'll just do it. You can do it here. Go to my computer. Anybody can do this. Google Shopping, Takashi Murakami art. $100,000, $100,000. These are prints. 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 30,000, 31,000, 40,000, 47,000, $50,000. $30,000, $30,000, $28,000, $25,000, $24,000, $20,000, $20,000, $20,000, $20,000, $20,000. That I don't get, and I'm going to click on it. Hold on. I don't know. He's too scary. Yeah, put him on the end table so you can, no, put him on your nightstand. That's a colossal artificial ape beast. Yeah, I want him on the end. Put him right there by the clock, by the alarm clock. How much is he? It's plastic, by the way. It's $20,000. It's made out of plastic. But free shipping. It's plastic. Ew. Let's go back to the art. Guys, bid on this. Because I said ew, and he's very sensitive. He may pull it. Okay, here's the same eyeball. Okay, now this is low end. This is low end. Go to my computer. Okay, there's the same eyeball that's on this work of art. It is signed. Is it big? 11 by 6 inches. 6 by 11 inches. 6 by 11 inches. Not big. Not big. How much? No frame. Okay. You might want to bid on this. It is hand signed. It's guaranteed authentic forever. And it's way bigger than 6 by 11 inches. Same eye. Go back to the art. Oh my gosh. I hope we don't lose the account. Takashi Murakami, I hope you're not watching. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. Do I have time? Can I do this? Maybe. No, it's not working. Hey, hold on. Maybe it was in November. Darn. I'm very proud to say that I was lucky enough to go to. I wanted to go see some old dear friends of mine, Michael Grizzik, Sergeant Jerry, and a wonderful artist by the name of Jerry Zabel. And go to my computer. Vacation time. I went to go see the Bean in Chicago. That's where I parked. But I do have to show you there. Yeah, the Van Gogh. That's his bedroom. That's at the the Art Institute of Chicago. But one of the highlights. Look at the Brancusis. Picasso, Modigliani. Andy Warhol was right here. That's a Takashi Murakami at the Art Institute of Chicago. Do you know how many tens of millions of dollars that is? That's a Takashi Murakami at the Art Institute of Chicago. Look it up. Let's go back to the art. My friend, you're hitting a big home run. You have no idea how, I think you do have an idea, but this is a huge 10 cents on the dollar now. I've got 26 going once, I've got 26 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? And the hammer's up. I've got 4 bidders. The bid is to you. No, you're not overbidding. Oh my goodness. This one is called wrapping paper because it does kind of look like wrapping paper. Go to my computer. That's nice. It's pink cherry blossoms with the Louis Vuitton logo on the back. Not that big. It does look a little bit like wrapping paper. 21 by 21. $14,000. Is it hand signed? Yep, hand signed. Go back to the art. I've got 26 going once, I've got 26 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? We have 4 bidders. I will throw the hammer. The bid is to you. The bid is to you. Your call. And you know what I like about it? It's just got that great pop art feel. And yes, he was inspired by Andy Warhol. And it's just, you know, I just like art that when you walk into a room, it's got the wow factor. Like, hey, that's pretty darn cool. That is darn cool. What a time to be an art collector. Thank you for the bid. I've got 27, now it's going to be at 28. I've got 27, now it's going to be at 8, bid 8, bid 8. Who's going to bid 8? I've got 27 going once. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. All in, all done, all fair, all square in 5. Yeah, I don't think a Murakami under 5,000 exists. And certainly not in a 900 plus frame. Take off the price of the frame, you're just, it is the time in history to be an art collector. All right, last call, guys, last call. Okay, we did have one bidder drop out. We have 3 left. Who's going to bid? Who's going to go? Who's going to bid now? Any bid. The bid is to you. Yes, I can feel you. My $2,700 bidder kicking the TV. Throw the hammer, Ray. Throw the hammer. Going once, going twice. Sold. Frank Shepard Fairey is considered by many to be America's Banksy. He's a giant, he is a legend. I consider him the most important contemporary artist in America, and that's saying a lot. He was born February 15th, 1970. An activist, a founder of a clothing line, Obey Clothing, and you can still buy it, you'll find it. And it all came out of the skateboarding scene. In 1989, he designed Andre the Giant Has a Posse. It was an experiment in social phenomenology. It was a sticker campaign that he created attending the Rhode Island School of Design. He then designed the Barack Obama Hope poster for the 2008 United States presidential election. I think that really put his footprint on American society. The Institute of Contemporary Art in Boston has described him as one of the best known and most influential street artists in the world. His works are in the permanent collections of the Smithsonian, quite rare for a living artist, the LA County Museum of Art, which is spectacular. You must go. The Museum of Modern Art in New York City. If you can only see, if God, fate, the good Lord allots you one museum left in your life, go to the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. It's the home of Matisse's The Dance, a Van Gogh Sunflower, Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, and Les Demoiselles d'Avignon by Pablo Picasso, currently appraised at $1.2 billion with a B dollars. If you have one museum left in you, Museum of Modern Art, New York City. Museum of Contemporary Art, San Diego, the National Portrait Gallery of Washington, D.C., the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in Richmond, Virginia, and abroad, the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. His style has been described as a bold, iconic style that is based on styling and idealizing images. If you are a regular viewer of the show, you remember that for years, many, many years, I predict Shepard Fairey will be a member of the $100,000 club. And for years, I kept saying it. He's going to be in the $100,000 club. He's going to be in the $100,000 club. And I would show, pardon me, an image called the Peace Goddess at $80,000, and that was 2009. I kept saying, he's going to be in the $100,000 club, $100,000 club. I said, I know it, I can feel it. And then live on television, October 4th, 2018, the auction was at Sotheby's of New York. October 4th, 3 days earlier, 2018, I announced his painting coming out of the collection of Marcia and Robin Williams, The Arab Woman, at $112,000. Well, I'm proud to announce that at Sotheby's of New York, October 2nd, 2020, Obama Hope sold with an auction estimate of $50,000. An original painting by him is just sold at $600,000. And it was an edition of 3. Yep, it was a limited edition at $600,000. And he's a young man. The best is yet to come. I also want to let you know something that, like a lot of these young, new artists, they're very altruistic. He is a great philanthropist, and I respect him. He's a hero. Yes. Now I'm looking for $20,000 on this, and I'm not kidding. I'm going to prove it. Go to my computer. I have artprice.com, auction results. Now in painting, because I want to back up what I said earlier, it was live on TV when I showed this work of art, and I said someday he's going to be in the $100,000 club. I remember it was October 6th, my sister's birthday, and the auction was 2 days earlier. I'm going to enlarge it, make it easy for everybody to see. The auction was October 4th. I announced it October 6th. With buyer's premium, it sold for $112,500. The Arab Woman, $112,000, but that's not the record. That is not the record. Oh, it's gonna, oh man, hang on. Am I gonna get the circle of death? Go back to the art. I have to do a sort. Once you go back on Art Price, it gets real fussy. Okay, so I'm ready. Go back to my computer. Sorry about that. And I'll just jump in. Then it went to $199,000, and which is my favorite one of all time. Liberty, equality, and fraternity. That's the motto of France. With buyer's premium, $250,000. That's $250,000. That is not the record. That is not the record. This one sold at $600,000, and it was an edition of 3. Now let's go to Prince proper. Auction results for Prince. I'm going to go right down here to a pencil-signed print I hope you find interesting. And this is not conjecture. This is not an estimate. Sunsets to Die For, record at auction, $21,000. Record at auction, $21,000. Record at auction, signed print. Price including buyer's premium, $21,334. That was 13 years ago in London. There's the signature. At $21,000, I have no bid. At $21,000, I have no bid. Let's give it a clock. If I don't get a bid, I'll pass. I'll take $10. I'm not going to bid for you. I don't do it. I don't open the bid. I don't set a bid. I don't add a bid. None of it. This has been a bidder's night. I have no bid. That is going to be 43 by 31. Full-size work of art. Isn't that? You're in an art collector's paradise. Full size. Oh, is the signature correct? Let's go to the bottom right. And here it is. Shepard Fairey's actual autograph. It's in a $700 frame. Let's go to the certificate at $21,000. These sunsets are to die for. Lithograph printed in color on wove paper, hand signed and dated. Executed by Shepard Fairey in 2025. I've got a $200 bid. I've got a $200 bid. I've got a $200 bid. That is 1/10 of a penny on the dollar. It's not a penny on the dollar. That is 1/10 of a penny on the dollar. 1/10 of a penny on the dollar. I've got $200 going once. Now, we have done this before. I will do it. Go to my computer. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Huh. Now, it's not a painting. That's a print. Signed and dated. Well, see, that's including the buyer's premium. $21,000. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Huh. Oh, that was an artist proof. That's fair. There were 20 artist proofs. That's fair. I am less than half the price of the frame. I am less than half the price of the frame. It's free. This is an out-of-pocket expense. This might be the last Shepherd Ferry we ever have. And I'm going to show you something no art dealer is going to show you. Look at the art market from 2015 to 2026. It's a buyer's market. If you ever wanted to buy art, this happens about once every 100 years. You know what it was 100 years ago? The Great Depression. Let's go back to the art. I am less than the price of the frame. Going once, going twice. Any further, $25 could win this. Free money. I am giving away. I don't own it. If I owned it, I'd be pitching a fit. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Yes, I'm doing that for you. One of our long-term viewers said, you don't say it anymore. $400. I'm going to cry. Okay, go to my computer. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Huh. Oh. Well, see, that's including the buyer's premium. See, that's including, see, that's why it's so, yeah. Well, see, the hammer fell at 11,000 British pounds. I wonder how much, now the British pound has gone up a lot. Go back to the art. I want to do a currency converter. I'm going to do a quick British pounds. British pounds. US dollars. Oh, it's gone up. Okay, go to my computer. See, the British pound has been getting stronger. You can see on the chart. So the British pound has been getting a lot stronger. You can see that. Oh, so $23,000. $23,000. Oops, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not a good computer guy. 11,000 British pounds is not 17,000. Today it's 23,000. So you'd add 28% to that, you're about 25,000. Why? Because the British pound has gone up. See, 17,000 pounds is no longer, oh, I'm ready, just hush. Go back to the art. Free money. I will pay, my boss will pay you. I've got 4.5 going once on a Shepherd Ferry, hand signed. Please remember these days. I want you to, the frame costs more, and I want you to check. If you ever wanted to live in an art collector's paradise, $25 bid, guys. You want to win this. That is the buy of the year 2026. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Every line, every curve, every color, Every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style.
Without a doubt,
Every
the
moment
hottest
of
art-
doubt, every moment of
Without
joy.
a doubt, the hottest art-
Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California!
Sold it under my
Sold
sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for
For those of you who appreciate exclusivity, this is a one of a kind. It's a one-off. It'll never be published as an edition.
No, he decided not to go with the red.
Yeah. And we can see that experimental proof, that's it. There will be no other. Yeah, they're not going to do an edition in red. These are welding marks to attach the base. I love it. Oh my goodness. Does anybody out there drive a Ferrari? Are you a tifosi of the Scuderia? A tifosi means an aficionado. A Scuderia literally means a stable. So you have a stable of collectors. Lighting, not. Oh, by the way, there are, and I'd like to thank John Weineman, a client of ours, for pointing out that there are sculpture illumination systems that not only move, but the lights change color, and they're very affordable. I was surprised. I thought they'd be like $300 or $400. No, they're like $30, $40. Now, that is the original sculpture. It is a one-off. It is one. It is unique in all the world. I'll never see it again unless you invite me over for a cup of tea. Let's go to the certificate. Elemental Fusion, number 2. The original cut and painted steel sculpture in red, signed and annotated by the artist on the base. It is an experimental proof, meaning one. It has unique variations before the regular edition. Now, there will be a full edition. I'm assuming 30. It may be bigger. But this is an experimental proof with the unique variations in red. He said, I'm not going to do a red edition. And it is, of course, the artist's prerogative. On the frame now, that is going to be 11 on the frame by 4. Height is approximately 18 and an eighth. 18 inches tall, 18 and 1/8. Bearing in mind the debacle you've seen of this auction tonight, I would bid on this. I would bid on this because I would say in a world of art that has its unusual circumstances, this is an artist who's thriving. Let's go to my computer. For example, BMW of Tampa allowed him to hand paint gold paint on a black BMW brand new, the 7 Series, the big one. I'm assuming that's $135,000 to about $150,000. Got a little bit of a close-up on that for you. That is a hand-painted Kef sculpture. I wonder what it sold for. And why did they do that? There was a precedent with Porsche of France, Mulhouse, France. Let's go back to the art. Retailing at $18,000. Regular edition at $12,000. And again, indicators, is this a successful artist? My goodness. Tonight, I want you to videotape. I want you to DVR the entire show because it is a buyer's market. Tonight, I think, may be the absolute perigee. Let's go to my computer. He's born in the town of Aachen, but he moved to Berlin. This is the town hall of Berlin. Yep, this is Berlin's Alte Stadthaus, town hall, covered with Kef painting. Covered with Kef paintings. Is this the best? Then you know you've made it. That's Berlin City Hall. Let's go back to the art. And I think that we were all, fully aware, absolutely aware of, yes, let's go to my computer. We just had the World Cup soccer. There are 8 billion, with a B, people on the planet. 5 billion watched the finals of World Cup soccer. Now that was in Qatar of 2022. Why do I mention Qatar of 2022? Because 8 billion people on the planet, there were 8 artists. He was chosen to design the artistic goalpost. Yep.
Wait. What? The inspiration behind my design is that first it's the desert rose from Qatar, which I think the organic shape suits very well my work, and second the colors of both countries, Germany and Qatar. I made them meld together into my design.
Wait.
What?
I pause it right there because that's the goalpost. In soccer, football, you kick it through the goalpost. 8 billion people on the planet, he was chosen for the goalpost. One more. When you are on this level of fame, see that painting in the bottom left? That sold at a public auction for $61,000. Do you know who was at that auction? Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. You heard correct. Oh, gosh. Pop-ups. His fame is increasing. He's traveling the globe. Sellout shows in Italy, France, England, America. Now he's touring Asia. Let me tell you what's happening to him in Asia. Let's go back to the art. At $18,000, I have a $1,200 bid. It is unique in all the world. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I like about steel sculptures is that they are a true tangible. They are a true tangible. Experimental proof, number 1, clearly marked. $12,000 for the regular edition. There will be no regular edition. Why? Let's go to the certificate.
So last week we sold the gold one for like $12 or $6,000.
We sold the gold one. This one is in red, obviously. Red. We sold the gold one for $6,000. Guys, this is a one-off, unique, one-off, extremely rare. One in the world. All right, and here we go. We got about 2.5 minutes left on this. That's another thing about collecting contemporary art is when artists are growing and you know you're in the right place at the right time. That is the fun part. Let's go back to the certificate. You know, he's launched a bottle of wine, launched wine labels. Easy for you to say. A set of 3 is $750. A set of 3, Cabernet Sauvignon, $750. Goodness. Yeah, there it is right there. You can see he's done gold leaf, and it's all embossed. All right, here we go. I'll buy it. Oh, my goodness. What a bidder's romp tonight has turned out to be. Lucky bidder you. And here we go. I've got 16 now. It's going to be at 17. I've got 16 now going once. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Think long term when you collect art. You don't collect art and think of terms of months of years. You think in terms of decades. With every indicator, everything. Every indicator. Porsche, BMW, Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin, touring China. I talked to him when he just got back from China. And there's an Italian restaurant right here in town. We all went and we had a lovely night. And I said, well, how did China go? He goes, he never brags. He just matter of fact said, well, I have 5 years of commissions waiting for me in China. I go, my goodness, 5 years. Are you going to move there? He said, no, I get homesick. Now, if you want to fly from Berlin to China, to Hong Kong or Singapore or Shenzhen, what is that, 30 hours? Oh, it would just be, I'd get dizzy. Oh my goodness, could you imagine a flight that long? Oh, China to Berlin, Berlin to China. But I get homesick. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Wait till 2 years from now. Oh, by the way, Tony, I found out today that a major auction house, we have a client who passed away, is going to be auctioning off our collection. And I've already looked at the preliminary catalog. Everything is $3,000, $5,000. The prices are so different. But what other galleries, there will never be another company like this because of our policy, no minimum bid. All right, final 50 seconds. 5-0 on my mark. I've got 18 now, it's going to bid 19. I've got 18 now going once at $12,000. It is a buyer's market. And I know it sounds like we're just saying this because we're on TV. I want you to go to art galleries. It's an eye-opener. I want you to go to a gallery go to a gallery in Las Vegas. Oh my goodness. I looked around, I go, the average price point here is $13,000 to $15,000. I go, their low-end items are $8,000. They want you to be right in the $30,000 comfort range. And I told them, I said, look, I'm in the art business. You don't have to worry about anything. I might buy something. And then I was like, no, I'm not. I can't afford it. I've got 19 now going once. I've got 19 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. You are living in an art collector's paradise. Okay, now, I once again, just like last time, I'm down to 4 bidders. And folks, I do want to remind everybody, this show is special in so many ways. We're very gracious. We give you an extension of time. If you've ever been to a live ballroom or live auction setting in a ballroom, you don't have that great luxury of time. Because we know you're sitting at home, you're on the couch, playing with the dog, you might be in your jammies, you got popcorn, maybe a soda pop. I can't drink soda pop before bed. All that caffeine, but I...
All right, guys, get your business.
One time my sister made tea right before bed, and she loves, a cup of tea before bed. This thing was English breakfast tea. I was up all night. I was flopping around like a flounder. Oh my, I didn't realize. All right, and here we go. I've got 19 now going once. We really must move on. We've got a beautiful, big catalog to get to. Happy bidder you. By one of the strongest superstars in the art world today, just a smidge over 10 cents on the dollar. 5, 4, 3. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. I'm waiting on you, boss. I think Tony's got something up his sleeve. Sorry to sip my drink on air. I like that Snapple, no. Starburst powder drink mix. That might be an endorsement. Send me a check. They won't. Okay, he is doing something over there. What is going to happen? 2,000. Thank you for the bid. I've got to you now at 18,000. I've got a $2,000 bid on the original sculpture, unique, one-off, in steel. And from time to time we get the question, what is the symbolism of these lines, these vertical lines? Oh, we could do a Philip Glass composition. Let's say, pretend I have a can of spray paint, and I'm spraying, and I'm spraying, and I'm spraying. If I get too close, it'll drip. This is an homage or a remembrance of when he was a graffiti artist, spray painting, and if you hold the can too close, it'll drip. And we've seen that in many, many great artists. Heck, you even see it in a Banksy. And we do have it in a client who has one in a window. He lives in a high-rise, and he says he can see the clouds behind it. And he said it's the perfect thing for his window. All right, here we go. World-class artist at a very lovely price. I've got 2 now, I was going to bid a 1. I've got 2 now, I was going to bid a 1. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. I've got 2,000 going once. This is steel. Let's go to the certificate. The original cut and painted steel sculpture in red, signed and annotated by the artist on the base. It is unique. An experimental proof with unique variations before the regular edition. Now there are variances in this that will not appear in the regular edition, but he is not going to do the regular edition in red. This is truly unique. There is one, and there is no number on it.
Not unique enough. All right, fair and final, guys.
I've got 22 going once, I've got 22 going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. What a great time to be an art collector. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's not in your regular auction catalog. We do publish an auction catalog for free on www.shopavc, America's Value Channel, Alpha, Victor, Charlie, shopavc.com, shopavc.com, and you can preview the auction catalog. Now, Tony frequently, most of the time, will add in a couple of surprises, and this is one that's not in the auction catalog, and so when it's in the auction catalog, we have a lot of people that time their night for when their work of art appears. But when we do a surprise, or I should say when Tony does a surprise, not so much competition. And what's rule number one about going to an auction? Look at the size of the room. If you walk into a Hyatt Regency or a DoubleTree or a Marriott, and there's 1,000 people waiting to have an art auction, you're going to have some bidding. That is called looking at the size of the room. That is going to be 35 by 35, 35 by 35. Now, a couple of things I want to point out about this. Let's go to the bottom right. It's in a float mount. The actual work of art is on a wooden stretcher, and it's kind of floating on the bottom too. Now that is expensive custom framing because it is 2 frames in one. It goes in about an inch. When you get it home, you'll see that the paint goes a little bit around the corner, and it does have the varnish that goes around the corner. After the artist creates the work of art, he puts a varnish coat on there. Let me show you what I mean. Now it is on canvas. It is on a proper full canvas. But after the art, what he does is he puts a varnish coat. Now that's not glass. And look at the gold, the amount of gold he's put in this one.
That's not gold, that's the diamond dust.
Oh, diamond dust. You're right. If I make a boo-boo, just tell me. So yes, I'm touching the back, not the front. But the paint, the diamond dust, the varnish, the resin, I should say, is so thick, it looks like it's under glass, but it is not. Beautiful. Let's go to the certificate. Harmonious Escape number 14. Now, years ago, about 2 years ago, maybe 3 now, we had a client call in, 14 in a series. Doesn't that dilute it? Oh, no. It means it's selling. So he'll do a series of original mixed media paintings. For example, Pablo Picasso at the Barcelona Picasso Museum. He did 43 variations of Los Meninos by Velázquez. 43. Simple, easy one. Monet did over 200 water lily paintings, and they were all called variations. So what I'm trying to say is every artist I ever met likes money. So if he has a successful theme, he'll do a series. He will do a series with unique variants. It is an original mixed media work with diamond dust under the resin. Now he's mixing medias. Hand signed by the artist on the back. A series, 14 so far. He may go more. Executed by Kef. Are they all originals? Of course. Wow. Thank you for the bid. What are these retail for, Tony? $8,500. $8,500. And I've been researching even more, and I do enjoy that, as you know. And I have found, now, see, a lot of people, I want you to know something about this show. If you're an art lover and you're watching, or just anybody watching, you're lucky, and I'm going to tell you why. We're what's called a boutique channel, meaning that there's a lot of markets we can't afford, like downtown Chicago, the Loop. We can't afford Manhattan. So you might be living in a smaller town or out in the country or maybe a medium-sized city. But a lot of people buy this art and they're flipping it. I'll just show you right now. Go to my computer. Now there is a KEF brand of speakers. Here we go. Here's a mixed media original. $45,000. I'll just click on it. Now this is from the gallery in France, same difference. Eternal Serenity number 11, $45,000. But that's not us. It's same but different, but it's a gallery in France. It's not us. We have a lot of galleries that buy from us, and that's why. Let's go back to the art. I'll show you a few more, and anybody can look it up. There's no mystery here. I've got $1,100 bid. Go to my computer. Leviton Fine Art has a 100% positive rating. And let's go to my computer. Leviton Fine Art has a 100% positive rating. That's $35,000. I got $1,200. See, a lot of there are people that just don't know about our show. We're what's called a small boutique channel. Let's go back to the art. Thank you. Go to my computer, Unwavering Joy, number 3 in this series. And this is Unwavering Joy, number 3 in the series, $30,000. And again, by Leviton Fine Art, they have a 100% positive rating, and they're reputable and they're wonderful. I'll show you. I can show you some more. It's not a problem. This is a print. That's a print. That's $8,000. I'm offering you an original. Let's go back to the art. No, I take it back. I take it back. I'm sorry. I do like to be accurate. Go to my computer. 8,000. This is exactly what we're offering. It is a canvas with mixed media and resin. Canvas and mixed media and resin. So it's the same thing. Sold by a gallery called Fitzhugh. No, 9149 by Fitzhugh. All right, let's go back to the art at $8,000. Let's go back. You know, every once in a while, it just feels good to be a winner. I mean, my goodness, it's. Did you see what was on the news the other day? A $13 head of cabbage. And Ray Taylor, I have seen a $9.90 pack of bologna. Everything is just, it's incredible. But, you know, there's usually a loophole, and that's fine art. And I've been saying this literally for 20 years on television. Do you like it? If you don't like it, don't buy it. Is it quality? You buy junk, 20 years from now, you're going to have old junk. And can you afford it? If you're watching this show, you're one of the few that can afford art. And no, we don't have, not everybody who watches is super rich. We've got regular working Joes. And over the 20 years, I've heard so many people say to me, Ray, I never thought I'd own a KEF original. I never thought I'd own a Renoir signed, you know, and it's just, I believe this show is of service to America and of service to humanity because we have 2,000 collectors in Australia. Good eye, mate. All right, here we go. Go to my computer. Same thing. Same thing. I've got 1,200 going once. Same size. Same thing. Go back to the art. Now you know why dealers, art dealers, so many art dealers buy from us. This is the all-time record low. The record high on this show is 6,000. That was still a $2,000 discount from a gallery. But we never know who's watching. We never know who's going to bid. This is beyond crazy. All right, we must move on. If you've ever wanted to go, yes, I won, fair and square, here it is. And plus, it has all that diamond dust. What a great color combo. Let's go back to the art. The black and gold.
All right, let's go.
And that is not glass. That is hand-painted varnish. No bubbles, because he goes over it compulsively with a little tiny blowtorch and a pin, and you pop all the bubbles. And yes, it is on canvas. And it's a lot stronger, surprisingly strong. That is great. What a great feeling it would be to walk into a room like that.
It is last go.
Full size. And yes, you can touch it. I wouldn't, a lot, but you can touch it.
Last go.
Thank you for your bid. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Marc Chagall was born in July of 1887. He passed away in Paris on the 28th of March of 1985. He was a Russian and a French artist, but an early modernist. He's always been associated with the École de Paris, as well as several major artistic styles, and he worked in a complete range of artistic formats. Painting, of course, drawings, book illustrations, stained glass, stage sets, ceramics, his beautiful tapestries, and well over 1,000 editions of fine art prints. Born near Vitebsk, today we would call it Belarus. At the time they called it the Russian Empire. But before World War I, he would travel between St. Petersburg, Paris, and Berlin. And during that time, he created his own mixture and style of modern art based on his hometown and based on everything he could learn. He was a brilliant man. He became one of his country's most distinguished artists and a member of the modern avant-garde, and even would go on. Now, are you ready for this? Before World War I, he founded the Vitebsk Arts College. Today we call it the Chagall College of Arts. Later he would work near Moscow. Very difficult conditions following the hard times in Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. He left for Paris again in 1923. But during World War II, he had to escape occupied France and went to the United States, where he lived in New York City for 7 years before he would return to Paris in 1948. One of his best friends there in New York, Henri Matisse. He's been referred to as the quintessential artist of the 20th century. According to art historian Michael J. Lewis, Chagall is to be considered the last survivor of that first generation of the true European modernists. And for decades he's been respected around the world. He truly is a global name. In the medium of stained glass, he did the windows for the Cathedral of Reims. I know it's spelled, it looks like it says Reims, R-E-I-M-S, but worth the day trip from Paris. He did the windows for the United Nations and the beautiful windows at the Art Institute of Chicago. And of course, the world-class Jerusalem windows in Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, he did big paintings, large scale. If you ever go to Paris, and I hope you do, go see the Mona Lisa. It's wonderful. Go to the Eiffel Tower. It's wonderful. Please don't leave that city without going to the Paris Opera, the Palais Garnier. And in there, when you go inside, take the tour. Because if you take the tour, you'll go under the Chagall ceiling and they'll turn on all the chandeliers. It's beautiful. I didn't think it would be, but when they turned on the lights, I gasped. It was that good. Well, he did experience modernism's golden age in Paris. He truly synthesized the art forms of Cubism and Symbolism and Fauvism, and how it all gave rise to Surrealism. But throughout all of these phases of his style, he remained true to himself. If you look at every work of art, there is always a little bit of a dreamy reverie of life that reflects back to his native life in Vitebsk. One of Picasso's more famous quotes, "When Matisse dies, Chagall will be the only painter left who understands what color really is." Now, the story of Daphne and Chloe really goes down in history. It is one of the world's earliest novels in the literary sense. It's the only work known by a great writer by the name of Longus. And he lived on the Greek islands during the Roman Empire, about the year 150. Now, why would we call it one of the world's first novels? Well, before the year 150, a lot are like fables, like tales of giants and, the stories of the Sumerians. And it really, they ramble. Or there would be the grain records, or it would be, the history of a king, the history of a dynasty, the history of Egypt, that kind of thing. But this was very conventional. You have a cast of characters. You have a location, the Greek islands. You have interaction, and then you have all of this interaction leads to conflict, and conflict leads to a climax, and then you have resolution. And it's been the basis of plays and movies and ballets and many other things throughout history. Now, Daphne and Chloe, and this is the capture of Chloe, very dramatic moment, but she does get rescued. Daphne and Chloe is the story of a boy named Daphne. The girl is named Chloe. They're orphans. They're abandoned at birth along the side of the road. Now, a goat herder named Lamon finds Daphne, the boy. A shepherd named Dryas finds Chloe, the girl. So each decides to raise the child he finds as their own. And Daphne and Chloe grow up together, and they're herding the flocks for their foster parents. And they're the same age, but then they fall in love. And being naive, they do not understand what is happening to them. And Philetus, a wise old cowherd, cattle, explains to them what love is and tells them, well, the only cure is kissing, and they do this. Now, we need drama, so we need some interaction. Throughout the book, Daphne is courted by other suitors, two boys. Dorcon and Lampus even try to kidnap her, but this is the moment where she does get carried off by raiders from a nearby city. And but she's saved by the intervention of a mythical god named Pan. Pan was half goat, half human, and he liked wine, music, and pretty girls. Gee, it sounds like every guy I know. So some like beer more. Wine, music, and pretty girls? Okay. But meanwhile, the boy, Daphne, he falls into a pit, he gets beaten up, and he gets abducted by pirates. Oh, just like the movie The Princess Bride. But in the end, they're recognized by their birth parents, united, and Daphne and Chloe get married and live out their very bucolic lives in the country. And it's a very important part of art. I mean, my goodness, it is a tale as old as time, Beauty and the Beast. Let's go to my computer. There are sculptures, look, they're young and falling in love. Young, and see, those are the goats. Those are the goats. There's their sheepdog. They're young and falling in love. I don't know. That's got to be from an old play. Look, there's the sheepdog. There's the sheepdog again. Protect the herd. Protect the herd. All right, let's go back to the art. What makes this one so interesting is that it is what's called the double-sized folio print. And I want to be clear on that. Daphne and Chloe always came in a portfolio. There are single cut sheets. There is double that are folded. Without the crease, it would not be authentic. Allow me to prove it. Let's go to the book stand. I have the big red book. You may call it the DAP, the Chagall lithographs. Let me center it. It's been to over 5,000 auctions like me. If you do look, a lot, not all, but a lot of early Chagall prints are black and white. Not all. But really his opus is really, what he's really known for is a portfolio called, and there's a section of the book dedicated to it. Oh, there it is right there, Daphne and Chloe. And we can see that there are single size sheets, singles. And the big ones are called double folio. 2 sheets side by side, and they are folded. That's a single page, single, double, single, and there it is right there. Catalog referenced, Marc Chagall in the book. Daphne and Chloe, the capture of Chloe. Perfect. It is a catalog referenced lithograph. Let's go, oops, where did I put it? To the certificate. The capture of Chloe. Lithograph printed in 7 colors. Most, before that, there were 3, maybe 4. So this is really an upgrade, given the time. Published by George Brasilier in New York City. At the end of World War II, now both Chagall and Dali lived in America during World War II to escape persecution. Oh, they made surreal art. They made Cubist art. Let's kill them. I'm sorry. But when the war was over, Marc Chagall came to America, and he met with he lived on the Lower East Side. And he said to his friend, they'd been friends for decades, Henri, it took me 30 years to speak French poorly. What am I going to do with the American language with all of its slang and idioms? What is 23 Skidoo? The Flatiron Building on 23rd Street. It would funnel wind and it might blow a girl's skirt and you'd see her knees. In days of old, a glimpse of stocking was considered something shocking, but now heaven knows, anything goes. Thank you, Cole Porter. And the famous reply by Henri Matisse was, you must meet my friend, George Brasilier. Go to my computer. He speaks 5 languages. So George Brasilier was a great publisher of both prints and books. Oops, sorry. I'm going to go to history. And there he is. I love this picture on the left. Look at him. He's got a brand new suit and a brand new car with a running board. Got wingtip shoes. Way to go, George. In the center is Picasso. He published Picasso in America. And on the right, this is when he's serving his army. I'm 99% sure that's a place called Black Point on Oahu. I fished there. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. So we can talk about that, but what I want to talk, he did publish Henri Matisse. He did publish Picasso and many others, Jean-Paul Sartre. But I do want to go to the catalog, art, click on the art books. So that is how this got published. Let's go back to the art. Guys, bid on this. It is, as usual, so far underbid. My goodness. It just has to be fun to sit at home and win on every single one. Let's go to my computer. I'm at a website called artprice.com. And it's a paid subscription. I think it's about $800 a year. What are the number one? What is number one? Daphne and Chloe. What's number two? A complete signed portfolio, $1.2 million. $1,062,000. Okay, number one and number two. Number three. Number four, Daphne and Chloe. Number five, Daphne and Chloe. Number six, Daphne and Chloe. You see a pattern here? Daphne and Chloe. 680,000, Daphne and Chloe. Nine out of the top 10 are Daphne and Chloe. What's the all-time record? Pencil signed? This is not pencil signed. $1,207,000, 1992, Sotheby's of London. Now that was for the complete portfolio of 42 signed prints. $300. 20 years ago, I was selling these for $3,600. Guys, if we're not here next week, you know why. I'm below the price of the frame. This is the in terms of sales, this has been the worst night of 2026. This is, if you ever wanted to buy art, it's tonight. We have never had bidding. The Kef sculpture, all-time record low. The Henri Matisse Themes and Variation, 20-year record low. This 20-year record low. It's unbelievable. I'm going to give this away. We are below the price of the frame. And I want you to check. $375, my goodness. In 2006, we were averaging $3,000 on these, $2,300 to $3,600. The pendulum swings to the right, it will swing to the left. That is Keynesian economics. Study economics. Read The Economist. And what does it say? Well, I mean, my goodness, you can't even make this stuff up. Go to the CERT. What's the name of this magazine? What's it say? And you're below the price of you're getting it free. You're getting it free. You are below the price. I'll put that frame at $4.25 on a slow day. I want you to check. There we go. Still free. Catalog referenced, published in the United States of America, and Dali, Picasso, all the great artists had editions published in the United States. And Picasso and many others had editions published in Switzerland and Italy. Even Andy Warhol lived in America, had an edition published in Switzerland. When you have like a 2-year wait to deliver on your clients' prints, you farm it out. Nothing new. Nothing new. Renoir used multiple publishers. Dali used multiple. Nothing new under the sun. Even the earliest Da Vinci prints, he used, well, not him, it's posthumous. They used multiple publishers. Nothing new. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Damaniche, the Marquess of Dali of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism, and studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the Surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction, he wrote poetry, he wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork. Computer. Here's one that the paper is yellowed. I do see some damage. Same thing. 4,200. Now, I do want you to look at the close-up on that. There obviously is some damage on there, and that's fine. That can be restored. The paper is yellowed. I don't know the gallery. Art console, I don't know, from 1970. I don't know if they're in business. The art does look fine. Okay, that's the only dealer I can find in the world that has one. It is Henry VIII from Much Ado About Shakespeare. If you do read Shakespeare, and I highly recommend it, read No Fear Shakespeare. 600. On the frame now, that's going to be 25 by 28. 25 by 28. Let's have a look at the signature, full size. Really a big signature on that. And beautiful. Sometimes they appear to be just a chicken scratch. This one, fully clear and beautiful. The event takes place on the plains of Amperdan, sea terraces in Catalonia. And that would be the sea terraces here. The mountains in the background is the Pyrenees range. If you want to drive from Barcelona out to Figueres or Cadaqués, you will drive on these mountains. And those little verticals are the cypress trees that are very famous that grow there. We see the octopus, which Dali loved to eat. I had some octopus last week. Not my favorite, but it had a fancy dinner, and I was expected to eat a few bites. But I snuck a few bites in my hand to the dog under the table. That's our little secret. Let's go to the certificate. Henry V, A, it is the introduction, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, from Much Ado About Shakespeare, referenced in the Michler-Lopsinger catalog and the Albert Field catalog. The original etching is in color on BFK Rives wove paper, hand-signed. Number 223 of 250, printed by Atelier Regal in Paris. Extremely rare. The only one I can find is, go back to the art and look at the quality of the paper. It is superb. It is perfect. It is flawless. Go to my computer. You don't want to bid $50? $50 bid could win it. Framed. And that is a $600 frame all day long. Double gold fillet, ornate, same thing. Same thing. Bid the $50. If you don't, I will. No, I can't. They won't let me bid. You know me, I'm more than a fan. I'm more than a Dali aficionado. I'm a Dali nut. I want to own all of them. I want to live in the Dali Museum and have them bring stuff in. Let's go back to the art. Talk about a home run. At $4,200, would you bid $50? What a bidder's night. What a treat. And we are seeing across the board. Go to my computer. Unsigned prints. Unsigned. This is not signed. No autograph. Biblia Sacra. One print. It is not signed. It's a good print. You know what you get with this? No art. You get the autograph. That is, what you're paying for is his autograph. Let's go back to the art. And I am seeing print prices change. Go to my computer. That's a print. That is a print. It is signed. That is a print. It's on eBay right now. You can look at it. Signed. Great signature. Do you see a pattern here? Do you see a pattern here? All right, let's go back to the art. One of the things that Salvador Dali loved so much was to be contrary. Contrarianism. And I think when we see, price decreases in art, his prices have been going up. And to that I say, bravo, Monsieur Dali. Now, one of the things that I find interesting about Salvador Dali is that he was a fan of Ernest Hemingway, and so am I. So am I. Go to my computer. Hemingway, The Old Man and the Sea, $11,500. Go back to the art. My goodness. What a great time. What a great feeling it is to be an art collector today. Oh my goodness, we just had this on the show. I remember it. Go to my computer, Henry III. Or is that the 12th? I don't know. We just sold that for about $1,600, $1,700. It is hand signed. All right, let's go back to the art. Here we go. Final 3 minutes. Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dalí Damariche. And he was nobility. He was a marquis. But in Spain, they say Marquess. The Marquess Dalí of Pujol. He bought a castle for his wife Gala. She insisted that the toilet seat and all of the faucets be made out of solid gold and then painted black so that only she would know. I think that's wonderful. I would do that if I was rich. Yeah, it's solid gold, but yeah, it looks black. For all of his eccentric behavior, for all of these very striking, the very bizarre images in his work, he backed it up with skill, precise workmanship, and he earned it. He spent his entire life working at his craft. It's much more, and he tied everything in from all of the advances in his lifetime. You know why the Surrealists were so important? The Surrealists were like the hippies, the radicals of their day. Primarily, the Surrealist Manifesto said that if rational thinking leads to death, then we are against it. We believe in life. In Dali's time, he witnessed how the airplane could be an instrument of peace. Nope, one of the very first things an airplane was used for is to spy on enemy troop trenches in World War I. And guess what? They didn't bomb at first. The very first thing dropped out of an airplane, lead darts into the trenches of the opponent. It wasn't until, anyhow, the train taking troops to the front line. There was a young psychoanalyst, Sigmund Freud, in the 1920s, who said that mankind's motivations are subconscious. So the Surrealists said, if logical, rational thinking leads to death, let us favor the subconscious, the unconscious, the surreal. Anything that would appear in a dream would go in a painting. It's a lot deeper than that, but I must get back to the point. That is underbid. That is underbid by $3,500, $3,700. What a great time in history to be an art collector. All right, and here we go. I've got 15 now, I was going to bid 16. I've got 15 now going once. I've got 15 now going twice. Go to my computer, same thing. Same thing. From a very reputable art dealer. And that's in Germany. You have to have it shipped from Germany. Better Antiquaten. I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's go back to the art. I've got 16 now going once. I've got 16 now going twice. All in, all done, all fair, all square. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? What do you want? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I don't know. Yes, I think you're doing very, very well. We do have a request to see this certificate one more time, and I'll be happy to do that. As you know, it's live television. Henry V, from the Much Ado About Shakespeare portfolio. It is referenced in the Michler-Lopsinger catalog, the Albert Field catalog. The original etching is in colors on BFK Rives wove paper, hand-signed, numbered in the lower margin by the artist. It is hand-signed. Edition of 250, printed by Atelier Rigal of Paris in 1970. Really at the peak of his career. Really at the very, very, very best. Could you imagine going into a gallery in Paris and seeing this at $4,260, or a gallery in Germany, and offering them $1,600? Another thing I do want to point out, let's go back to the art. Double gold fillet, acid-free, plexi, high-grade, real wood frame. And I know a lot of framers are switching to plastic, and that's fine. I was kind of opposed to it, but then I saw some of the plastic frames, and they're okay. They're fine.
All right, let's go.
But that is real wood, real plexi, double gold fillet, acid-free matting, acid-free backing. There's only one I know of for sale at $4,200. And the paper is browned. Somebody left it in the window. The good thing about Plexi, it has a much better UV protection than window pane glass. Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold!
Coming to the Fine Art Auction, Sunday, September 6th, a rare original work by Andy Warhol titled A Whole Stocking Full of Good Wishes, lithograph in red. Signed and executed in 1956. Catalog reference F and S85. Stamped by the Warhol Foundation and the Warhol Estate. So don't forget to save the date, Sunday, September 6th, only on
Andy Warhol is America's greatest artist. He's not the most highest priced. No. He is on the list of most expensive works of art. He is in the $100 million club. And his paintings aren't always considered the prettiest. But what makes Andy Warhol America's greatest artist? He is the founder of a visual art movement known as pop art. It means the populace. Not popular, populace. Have you ever heard the phrase, the voice of the people is the voice of God? Vox populus, vox deus. His works explore the relationships between artistic expression, advertising, and celebrity culture. It all had flourished by the 60s, but no one saw it. He saw it and put it in a museum. His Campbell soup cans are legendary. Andy Warhol started his career as a successful commercial illustrator, and this early work formed his interest in manipulating popular images. He was fascinated with fame and enchanted by Marilyn Monroe. Shortly after her death, he set out to pay tribute to her with his Marilyn edition prints. The Campbell soup cans and the flowers followed shortly after. The 60s were groundbreaking years in his career. It was a time when he developed his signature style. And today, the works from this period are considered his most important and are highly sought after. They are hand-pulled screen prints on heavy paper. You can call it museum board, that's fine. The inks bleed to the edge with no borders. They're editions of 250. The importance of these iconic impressions to the pop art movement cannot be overstated. Original Sunday Bee Morning editions from the 70s are noted and recognized in Andy Warhol Prints Catalog Raisonné. I love the color. I love that this is perfect pop art. Pop art doesn't mean pop like a balloon. It is a reflection of American popular culture. It's a shortening of popular. You ever hear the phrase, vox populus, vox deus? The voice of the people is the voice of God. Vox populus, vox deus. Pop. The people. It is the basis of our democracy. One man, one vote. One woman, one vote. The voice of the people is the voice of God. And democracy goes all the way back to the ancient Greeks. So why is Andy Warhol America's greatest artist? You see, at the end of World War II, there was a phenomenon. America had done something that no other nation had ever done. Two things, actually. Number one, Eisenhower, believe it or not, inspired by the Autobahn in Germany, said he wished to see a ribbon of road going from the lighthouse in Bangor, Maine, all the way to the pier in Santa Monica. And you can. You can get on one single road. If you get on Route 78 out of Bangor and head to Chicago, in Chicago you pick up Route 66, and you'll go all the way to the pier in Santa Monica. I'm lucky. I've driven on Route 66, and I'm very grateful. In any event, what did we do with this road? We covered it in art. Now, I know there was graffiti and road signs on Hadrian's Wall. There's graffiti and road signs in Pompeii. They have unearthed them. But nothing like what America did. The Jolly Green Giant, Coca-Cola, Sea Rock City, Burma Shave was among the very earliest. And all of a sudden, our highways were covered with art, and nobody saw it. And then we began to put art on our clothing with the advent of the silkscreen press. You could print easily on cloth. Let's put a rock and roll band. Let's put a hot rod. Let's put anything. T-shirts with art on it. Yeah, that's pretty common. If you go to any group event, you'll probably see one, unless it's formal. And then we began to put art on our buildings everywhere. And it was Andy Warhol who saw this phenomenon and isolated it and put it into a museum setting. He said, this is us. This is our art. The history of art is the history of man. This is us. So let's go to my computer. This was printed by Sunday B. Morning. And what is the connection to Andy Warhol's art? And there she is, upper right. There she is. Oops, go back. There were 10 Marilyn Monroes. There were 10. They're all in the museum. The original paintings are in the Museum of Modern Art. So, what's the story? Andy Warhol started his career as a successful commercial illustrator. Oh, I don't know, like Picasso. And this early work forms his interest in manipulating popular images. He was also fascinated with fame and enchanted by Marilyn Monroe. Shortly after her death, he set out to pay tribute with the Marilyn edition prints. Now, this is number 1. This is historically very important because the Campbell soup cans and the flowers followed shortly thereafter. The 60s were groundbreaking years in Warhol's career. It was a time when he developed his signature style, and today, the works from this period are considered his most important and are highly sought after. The Marilyn prints and the flower prints are 36 by 36 unframed. They're hand-pulled screen prints on a heavy paper. You can call it museum board. And the inks bleed to the edge with no borders. There's no white border. In printer's jargon, slang unique to an industry, it's called a full bleed. No border. Get ready to open your wallet wide because a single Marilyn can command over $100,000. Those days are over. Wait till I show you. The importance of these iconic impressions to the pop art movement cannot be overstated. Now, on the back, you're going to find a stamp. Fill in your own signature. Thought was, here, we just mass-produced these prints. Sign your name here. Any name will do because yours is as important as my own. Not really. If you can get $5 for a Ray Taylor autograph, if you can get $1, take it. But see, Andy had a very dry wit. I'll show you that in a moment. And there it is. It's on the back of the art in a custom frame. Is it a museum piece? Yes. Original Sunday B. Morning editions from the 70s are noted and recognized in the Andy Warhol Prints Catalog Raisonné. I'll print all this out for you. It's a museum piece in a $1,200 custom frame, and I will prove it. Let's go to the certificate. Great colors on this. Marilyn Monroe is in the museum catalog, pages 22 to 31. There are 10 prints in the portfolio. The screen print is in color on museum board. Now, that's not actual board. It's not wood. It's a very thick paper. It'll crack if you roll it. Don't roll it. After the original. The original was painted first. It's in the Museum of Modern Art, and then this was printed. Stamped with, published by Sunday B. Morning, and fill in your own signature on the back. From the Sunday B. Morning edition, published in Switzerland. And we were talking about that earlier. Picasso, during World War II, had editions published in Switzerland. Dali, Matisse, Picasso had editions published in the USA. Nothing new under the sun. Let's go back to the art. On the print, 36 by 36. On the frame, I believe that's 40 by 40. Let me check. 41 by 41. 41 by 41. It is full size. Now going back to the back. In the bottom left, it does say fill in your own signature. And some people in New York City primarily would take these prints, you'd schlep them in a cab, and they would take him to a live appearance where he was at, and he would ask them to sign it. And he would usually, I don't think not always, but he'd say, only if you sign it first. So if you see one of these and there's an autograph of some person, but the Warhol autograph here, it's worth about $100,000. Now let's go to the bottom right. There's another blue stamp on the back, published by Sunday Bee Morning. Now, the color on that is bright blue, so we do know it's a very early printing. Halfway through the printing process, it was a rubber stamp, like a big thing, and they go stamp, and they're stamping these about halfway through and the ink blotter got dry. So it goes from dark blue to a very light blue. And then somebody said, hey, put some more ink on that blotter. Well, they grabbed the red bottle. So it goes from bright blue, the very early ones, to a light blue, and then to a bright purple. Somebody put red on top of the blue and made purple. And then they get lighter and lighter till almost a pink, and that's the end of the edition. So we do know this is an early printing, very desirable. $1,200 frame. Oops, sorry, I wandered off. I forgot to turn it back around. That happens. An explosion of color. How desirable, how wonderful. Are they recognized by the Picasso Museum? Well, they're in the Picasso Museum. I'm sorry, oh gosh, I'm getting tired. Are they in the Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh? Yes. They are on permanent display, the entire portfolio of 10. I said Picasso. Does anybody here think they could get that frame for $375? With a lifetime Andy Warhol in it? Thank you for your bid. Now, the all-time record for Andy Warhol prints, go to my computer. Now, the most expensive print is Bela Lugosi, but it's an edition of one. It's an edition of one. It is unique. They clearly market unique work. The record for a print is $5 million. What's second place? All 10. What's third and fourth place? All 10. Let's see the record. For a now these are pencil signed. These are pencil signed, 36 by 36 inches. Pencil signed, a set of 10, $5.2 million. That wasn't that long ago. Less than a year. Now that's all 10. That is all 10. They're signed with a stamp on the back. Wow. $5 million for all. And yours is right there. You can see it. Let's try something. It's going to jump, so let's go back to the art. Okay, let's go to my computer. I'm on Andy Warhol prints. I'm going to do an advanced search. Advanced. I'm going to type in Sunday Bee Morning. This is an advanced search. What's the record? The one on the left, the record, $59,000. The one on the right, oh, that looks familiar. Hammer price, $31,000. And I can't get a $50 bid. Sunday Bee Morning, Maryland. Sunday Bee Morning, Maryland. Sunday Bee Morning, Maryland, $31,000. I've got $500 going once, I've got $500 going twice. There's a stamp on there that says, "This is not by me, Andy Warhol." Now, it does have the fill in your own signature. It does have the published, but there's a second stamp. This is not by me. So that'll take it to $31,000. I truly am nonplussed. $50 bid could win it. America's greatest artist, a man who changed single-handedly global art history. I've got 5.5 going once. Thank you for the bid. Now that one does have the second stamp. This is not by me. And the reason why he signed that is that it was printed in Switzerland. And again, tongue-in-cheek, he had a very dry sense of humor. I think we would call it stentorian. Let's go back to the art. And where did the image come from? The actual original image? Go to my computer. And it's actually a very good movie, and it's held up. She plays opposite Joseph Cotten, Niagara Falls, Canadian side. And there was, in the hotel lobby, they would have lobby cards used for publicity. And this image by Andy Warhol is from here, the promotional photo. The actual source of this image was from the movie Niagara, a promotional photo that was used in lobbies. In the weeks after Marilyn Monroe's death in August of 1962, Andy Warhol used a publicity photo from Niagara as the basis for his silkscreen painting, the Marilyn Diptych. I think that sold. No, it didn't sell. Boy, that looks familiar. All right, let's go back to the art. I've got 6.5 now, it's going to bid 7. I've got 6.5 now, it's going to bid 7. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. I've got 6.5 now, going once. There is the Andy Warhol memoir of 1980 called Popism. I quote Andy, "In August of 1962, I started doing silk screens. The method I'd been using to repeat images suddenly seemed too homemade. I wanted something stronger that gave you that more of an assembly line feeling. With silk screening, you pick a photograph, blow it up, transfer it in glue onto silk, then roll ink across it so the ink goes through the silk but not through the glue. That's silk screen right there. That way you get the same image, slightly different every time, but it was quick, simple, and chancy. I was thrilled with it. My first experiments with screen printing was the head of Troy Donahue and then Warren Beatty. But then Marilyn Monroe happened to die that month. And I got the idea to make screens of her beautiful face, the first Marilyn. All right, and here we go. I've got 6.5 now, it's going to bid 7. I've got 6.5 now, it's going to bid 7. Way under the money, way under the money, way under the money now. We are half the price of the frame. A $50 bid could win it. Going once, going twice. Sold.
An astounding new artist in the realm of contemporary art, Josh Hernandez, aka Mad Charcoal, is one of the most exciting and innovative artists we introduce to our audiences. Termed a groundbreaking figure in expressive abstract realism, his evocative portraits capture human emotion and experience, blending technical mastery with raw, emotional depth. With millions of followers on Instagram and over 7 million TikTok followers, he is truly one of the most talented young artists to emerge onto the art scene. Renowned for his mastery of charcoal, he creates artworks that blend hyperrealism with emotional depth, producing works that resonate deeply with viewers and collectors. His rise in the art world has been marked by an uncompromising dedication to exploring human emotion, the fragility of existence, and the power of narrative. With a unique vision for detail, he crafts intricate, large-scale compositions that are at once haunting and captivating. His subjects, ranging from raw portraits of human faces to dynamic movement leap off the canvas, alive with intensity. The stark contrasts of light and shadow in his pieces evoke a visceral reaction, challenging viewers to confront the underlying themes that permeate his work. Through his unique, innovative use of charcoal, he has established himself as an essential voice in modern art. Mad Charcoal's fearless experimentation with tools like erasers, brushes, and the use of his hands as an artistic tool has transformed the traditionally rigid medium into a fluid, dynamic art form. Join us at the Fine Art Auction for a front row seat and experience the extraordinary artistry of Mad Charcoal as we showcase these magnificent works of art and make them available to collectors worldwide.
We were lucky enough to have Mad Charcoal on the show. His real name is Josh Hernandez. And Mad Charcoal is just a great name. I think it would be even better in British, where they say, "Oh, that's crazy, that's mad." It's not anger. It's a little bit of wackiness, a little bit of crazy. Mad Charcoal. I like the feeling of it. I like the name of it. Go to my computer. He's hit the big time. And like, that's a gallery. Yep, and wait till you see the prices. That is Josh. We had him on the show about 2 months ago. Let's go back to the art. I want to give you a little background on him. Born in 1995 in LA, and he's self-taught. And of course, he's Hispanic heritage. Widely recognized. He's got a global following now. And he has these visceral, deep, wonderful charcoal portraits. It really is his strength. I mean, they're chaos. They're control. They're abstract. They're real. I love the videos of him making art. It's wonderful. Now, he was born in the rough part of LA, but now he's living in Phoenix, Arizona. Good for him. He said, "I've transformed the grit of my upbringing, and I melded it with the depth of my faith into a powerful visual meditation on humanity." That's great art. Now, at a very, very early age, he was known as the kid who draws. How many times have we heard that? He said, I found more comfort in a sketchbook than I did with a school book. But he said, my big art breakthrough came in late high school. I picked up charcoal. It was dark. It was immediate. It gave me freedom. He said it was a lifetime pursuit to master the potential. And like a lot of artists, how many times have we talked about this? He got out of college, he got a degree, got his job in graphic design. But 6 years ago, and this is how quick, because of the internet, 2020, he began sharing these charcoal portraits online. I'm going to show you something because it is incredible. Go to my computer. Today, he is followed by over 9 million collectors and admirers worldwide. Marshall Gallery, Scottsdale, Arizona, Krause Gallery, New York City, Luca Gallery, right here in Atlanta, and all around the world. 9 million collectors and admirers. Let's go back to the art, because right here, right now, I'm going to show you some prices. I'm going to show you some prices of what these things are selling for. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. Oh, gosh. I need a helper. Poor little Buttercup. Oh, Myrtle May. Go to my computer. How about this? $24,000. $24,000. I'm giving you 2 of them. Let's go back to the art. How about this one? Go to my computer. $20,000 in a gallery. That is real. I can print it out. I can give it to you. $20,000. I've got $1,200 for the pair. That's about $1,600 in framing. All right, my friends. You're living in a buyer's paradise. On the frame now, I'll do the original first. That is spectacular. That's going to be 34 by 41. That's 4 feet right there. That's $24,000. $24,000 on the original in a gallery. On the limited edition print, that is going to be 24 by 28. 24 by 28. It is hand signed. Now I want to show you the backs of both of them. Custom cut window on the back. Custom cut window on the back with plexi, acid free, on both of them. That one is the original, this one is the print. Custom cut signed. Artist proof 2 of 22. Well, let me move it a little bit so you can see it. Custom cut on both frames. This is the artist proof, but look at this original. Wow. At $24,000 for the original on the right. I have a $1,200 bid on the pair. 9 million collectors and followers worldwide. If you were ever going to bid, oh my hair, I would recommend it now. That is amazing. Go to my computer. Yep, that's real. $20,000. Let's go back to the art. On the pair, we've got 1,600 in framing. If you want a home run, my goodness. No, I almost forgot, but I didn't. In addition to fine art, he's gone into merchandise. That is when you know an artist has really hit it big. And you know who is the master of it? Bob Ross. Did you know that Bob Ross really didn't get paid that much by PBS? A happy little branch. I love Bob Ross. He made over $11 million selling merchandise. Now, he's developed a professional grade line of drawing materials and classes. Yes, he's a teacher. I'm not kidding. Go to my computer. Anybody can find this. You know you've made it when you're offering, oops. Here's a drawing kit, $49. Charcoal tools for smearing, drawing pads. But what I like are his drawing classes. $6 million. Oh, here he is.
I'm really excited to have you guys here. I'm excited to show you how I learned to gesture draw over the years and what I do every day before I create my long-term drawings. In this course, you can expect to learn a lot of really valuable things for your art career, including what materials I use for this drawing process, the setup that I have, including my easel, my drawing board, the paper I use, my reference, even lighting to be able to draw effectively, quickly, and beautifully. So in this course, I'll be teaching you a lot of really useful skill sets and principles in the drawing process, including seeing with your eye and not with your presuppositions about what you're seeing when you're drawing, about composition.
All right, here we go. We're gonna now. Anybody can watch that. If you want a link, let's go back to the art. I'm going to bid this one out. A $20,000 original on the right. Wait, I didn't look at his print prices. Let me look at his print prices. I want you to be happy. Let's see what his prints are running. Oh my goodness. Go to my computer. Every single print has been sold out. They're not going to release any new prints until September 3rd. No, it sold out. There's nothing on his website. Let's go back to the art. Holy mackerel. Everything is sold out. Let me see if I can find a print for sale. Go to my computer. Look at these prices. 16,000, 16,000, 16,000, 12,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 6,500. I'm offering you two of them. Let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. I guess we're going to sell it for the pair. For the pair of them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have been live on television for 20 years and 4 months. I would say that every work of art tonight has been such a great boon for the collector, such a wonderful thing for the collector. I can't compare it to any show we've ever had. So if you want to bid, you're in the right place at the right time. Here we go. I've got 2,000 going once. This is, wow. What a bidder's romp. What a happy day to be a bidder. Don't you remember before the pandemic? It was like 5,000. I've got 5,000. Oh, now 5,500. Oh, 6,000, 7,000. It would just go so quick. What a wonderful time in history. And I'm going to say it. Buy, don't sell. You're going to see the market change. If you study basic Keynesian economics, it's called business cycles. I'm going to give you the homework again. I'm going to do it. I know they're like, but you already gave us this homework. Here's your homework. Grab a pencil. There'll be a test on Friday. Go to my computer. John Maynard Keynes. That guy's a dead ringer for my college roommate, Jim Hayes. Oh my gosh. But here it is right here. An English economist whose writings are considered the basis for the school of thought known as Keynesian economics. He was originally trained in mathematics, but he built upon and refined earlier work on the causes of business cycles. His idea, fully developed after his death, are called the New Keynesianism. He is considered one of the most influential economists of the 20th century. When we look at business cycles, read it. Read it. The changes in economic activity that characterize business cycles have important implications for the welfare of the general population, and we're seeing that now. We're living this moment. We are living this. Let's go back to the art. Now, if you can afford it, buy all the art you can. I never thought I'd live to see gold at about $5,000 an ounce. 5,000. That's why the young kids aren't wearing jewelry. For Sweetie had her birthday, I went to a jewelry store. I thought I'd get her a nice little gold bracelet. This skimpy little gold bracelet. I said, oh, that looks nice. I think my Sweetie would enjoy that for her birthday. $3,500. And I was like, this is air. This feels like air. I remember a $3,500 gold bracelet. It felt like you had a fishing weight in your hand. Nope. Business economic cycles. Keynesian economics, the father of macroeconomics. If the pendulum swings to the right, it's going to swing to the left. All right, here we go. Oh, let's go back to the art. I'm sorry. I'm rambling on about your homework. That is for both of them. On the left is the limited edition print, and that could go in any church, any cathedral. But let's go back to the original on the right. That is the original at $20,000. Forgive them, Lord, they know not what they do. And then there was an earthquake. Gosh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Now, do you think it's going to go up? Well, I want an indicator. Go to my computer. 9 million collectors and admirers worldwide. And you're getting it, about 10 cents on the dollar. Do you think that number will go up? Yes. Oh, you can find it. It's nothing to hide. 9 million. 6 years ago, he went viral. 6 years. That happened in 6 years. And when you go viral, that's why we have 2,000 bona fide, paid in full collectors in Australia. Good eye, mate. I want to go to Australia. I just want to listen to him talk all day long. And I used to work at an art gallery with an Australian girl. And one day I said she was British. She said, I am not. Back to the art. I just want one more look because I'll never... Oh, that is beautiful. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money. Well, ladies and gentlemen, every once in a while you just get something so superb that I wanted to introduce it in person. This is, the glass on this is so thick and so beautiful. I would have to classify this as a true masterpiece. The other thing about this particular one is that incredible, the three-dimensional floating gold leaf panes or panels. I've never seen anything like it. And yes, it is better in person. And this, I think, is a work of art unto itself. The stopper on this is unlike anything I've ever seen by him. It is superb. And because some people have been known to drink out of these, alcohol, he's put a little rest. Do you see how that, there's a little bit of a flat side, and that way it won't roll off a table. We did have people call from Monaco saying that the wealthy drink out of these, and these would get broken. They're $2,000 for a replacement. But this one, hopefully, won't get broken because it has what's called a rest. Everything about this is world class. This may be his definitive masterpiece. I mean, my goodness, look at it. Now, it is signed. Actually, it's double signed. And we can see the autograph there on the right, Jean-Claude Navarro. And then the block letters kind of at the top. Well, it's right there. Let me see if I can catch the J.C. Navarro. And then the autograph is over here. And the year is on there as well. You can if I catch the light just right, you can see the J.C. Navarro in block letters and then an autograph over here. But the side view on this, there's a three-dimensionality that is unprecedented. This belongs in the Corning Glass Museum. I'm beyond a description. And it's so thick and so heavy, and it's just chambered and multi-layered. It is exquisite. The stopper, of course, is perfect. A work of art unto itself. That is going to be approximately 13 inches tall. I am convinced it is a masterpiece. Let's go ahead and do some close-ups on that. And I'll try not to hit it with too much light. But the bottom here, yeah, right in there. My goodness. And you can get an idea on the sides, the thickness. Okay, that's a 10. And this is special. I don't know of any Jean-Claude Navarro we've ever had like this. Yes, that is translucent. And these two blue shapes, are they opaque? No, they're not opaque. At first glance, they look opaque, non-transparent, but they're not. It is beyond complex. I've never seen anything made of glass that looked anything like this. And yes, we are looking for $15,000. I've been told that the new price point will be $15,000 in the galleries on these. Let's go to the certificate. Jean-Claude Navarro was born in 1943. He passed away in 2000. It can't be 11 years. Everything happened so quick. The glass sculpture is a hand-blown, clear glass vase and a stopper with cobalt and gold foil. Oh, cobalt. Signed and dated by the artist on the bottom, on the base, a unique work from the personal collection of Jean-Claude Navarro. We are getting these directly from Monaco. Executed 21 years ago. This is one of the earliest we've ever had. One of. I mean, we've had earlier, but my goodness. We just keep seeing, well, like everything, prices going up on these. You know, in the world of art, I'm pretty used to a flowery, billowy language in describing art. I mean, we're not selling, ship chains or anvils or farming tools. And when you sell art, you expect a little bit of flowery language and, the clear and lavender. You know what I mean? A cobalt blue and lavender sheen of crepuscular form. Crepuscular means shadow. I remember reading that. I go, just say shadow. Go to my computer. I like ArtNet. Just give it to me straight. Just Walter Cronkite me, and that's the way it is. You just tell me. Okay, I like art. It's free. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Jean-Claude Navarro. He was a French artist. Good. We're off. We're on a good start. We're off to a good start. Considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century, and you're looking at it right now. There's no mistake. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases all utilize Art Deco-inspired shapes to create these swirling, colorful forms. He pioneered techniques, which included adding and layering unique materials directly into the molten glass. And we're seeing a tour de force here. Fahrenheit, glass melts at about 2,800 degrees. Lava, rock, will melt at 3,000. But gold leaf melts at 1,200. How does he do it? He's adding metal oxide, gold leaf, precious stones, even luminous powders that glow in the dark. In recognition of his ambition, he is included in the Guinness Book of World Records. Does that matter? Yes, it does. He is the maker of the largest. I'll print this all out for you. He began studying glass making at the age of 14. Now, he was born in Antibes. Antibes is a small beach town on the French Riviera, kind of close to Nice, kind of close to Monaco. They have a very efficient train. You can just hop on the train, be there in half an hour. Picasso, at the end of World War II, moved to the town of Antibes in 1946. He studied glassmaking in Biot, and he founded his own studio there. I can't believe he passed away. It just seems like 2 years ago. So we're getting these directly from Monte Carlo in Monaco, the principality owned by the Grimaldi family. I'll print this out for you. Let's go back to the art. Go to my computer. Now this one is beautiful. This one is lovely, but it certainly isn't the magnificent tour de force that I'm showing you right here. That's wonderful. Nothing wrong with that. But my God, even a little perfume vial, 1 ounce. That'll hold 1 ounce. But is it good? Yeah, it's good. It's signed. Darn good. I'm going to get a pop-up ad. Maybe.
I discovered this profession. I was 14 years old. I was 14 years old, and I really enjoyed it, and I made it my passion, and it's my life, and it's my job. It's not the number of pieces that I make. It's the pieces that stay good because the pieces, when they're blown and finished, that they go into the kiln for 5 days. If there's always 1, 2, or 3 that break because I receive them for days, and you never know which ones are going to break because of the colors inside. 1,200 degrees. I work at between 1,100 and 800 degrees. When the piece is finished, it goes into the kiln at 560 degrees for 2 days, and then the temperature drops slowly. And when the temperature is good after a few days, we open the kiln to take the pieces out. There are some good ones. There are some bad ones. That's normal. That's how it is. I was 14 years old in my little village in Bio, and I would go and play. They were building a tiny glassworks there. I would go and play, and when I saw the ovens heating up, I really liked it. I got hired. I was 14 years old. I grew up at the Biot Glassworks. I learned my trade down there. Not that. I didn't take that. I learned how to make glass, stem glasses, carafes, and pitchers. I learned that, and I always tried when I had time to do something other than what I had been taught. And that lasted 20 years. One day, I left the Biot Glassworks. I made my first glassworks. I made 50 in all.
Go back to the art. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this one is truly special. Go to my computer. His price points are heading, now that is wonderful. 9,000, yes, that is fair. A 1 ounce perfume vial, yes, that is fair. It's got the stopper. That'll hold about 1 ounce, maybe like a shot glass. It's a perfume, it's for perfume. But let's go back to the art. Directly from the estate from 2005, never been shown in a gallery, never up for auction, fresh to the market. The price is going up in Monte Carlo. My friends, I know I just know that we are offering you something special tonight. Something very, very special. Boy, that is... Guys, it's worth a lot more than that. I just know it is. That is a true museum piece. That is absolutely a museum piece. Now, this is the only part that'll hold a liquid. All of this is solid glass. Yeah, you would hold, I'm going to guess, about 8 ounces of liquid. And yes, they did tell us years ago, it's okay to set the stopper in a safe place and then put flowers in it. Jean-Claude Navarro would approve, and you can clean it out. Now here's what you do. You take an entire towel and fold it and put it and line the entire bottom of the sink when you go to clean this out. You need a full bath towel. So I don't even know if you could hurt this, but I wouldn't risk it. Wow, that is just beyond. Okay, this is one of the finest anythings that have been on our show. This is one of the most beautiful, finest anythings that have been on our show. That is a work of art. A little bit of a fingerprint on there. We don't charge for fingerprints. We don't charge for dust. My goodness. Directly from Monaco. This is from the family. Boy, that is... That is really, really good. I'm going to say it again. I know we're offering something very special here. Yeah, that's not a 9, that's not a 9.5, that's not a 9.9, that's a 10. That is one of the finest anythings we've ever offered on the show. I just keep looking at it, and I know it's special. And I do like the way they say, considered one of the greatest glassmakers in the world. All right, once again. Now in about 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, we are going to have a 3-minute clock, and then we will go off the air. Oh, I almost forgot. Well, hold on a minute. Oh, sorry. There's only 30 seconds, so go to my computer. Big news. Go back to the arts, thank you. What do you think the prices were in Dubai? Oh. Oh, we're down to the 2-minute warning. Once again, I want to thank everybody for watching, and again and again and again. I know this one is special. We are going to go off the air in about 2 minutes. I want to thank everybody for watching. What a special treat. And I just know whoever wins this is going to have something exquisite. We're getting down to the final minute. And no, we will never have one. Wow. It's better in person. I'm standing right here. I'm touching it. YouTube. It was on YouTube. The Jean-Claude Navarro video is on. Can you imagine at Dubai what this would sell for? 32. All right, we're approaching the final minute. We are approaching the final minute. It's beautiful. And when you angle it, it's incredible. Yeah, it really is that three-dimensional. It is really that three-dimensional. That's a museum. I know a museum piece when I see it. 35. And I have not been, but I've heard they've opened a glass museum with Chihuly and other glass artists in St. Pete, Florida. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Whether you bid or not, thank you for watching. I know we have a lot of people that watch just to relax and maybe learn a little bit about art. And if you get a chance, go to a museum. Good for what ails you. I can't tell you how many times I've walked out of a museum and went, you know what? I could write that book. I could make a painting. It'll inspire you. And I'm glad you're watching again. You know something else that is magic? Plant a tree. And if you can, get some kids to be there with you. Remember when we planted that tree? It can be just neighbor kids. Yeah, some kids say, hey, kid. Well, we broadcast every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and only here at the Fine Art Auction. I think I'm going to get a haircut this week. I'm looking a little bushy. And I'll be back soon, and I'll see you at the auction.
All right, last go.